Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted with literary craft so the core remains intact, and the suspense settles in softly. Like and subscribe to support the channel, and tap the bell for new releases. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that it plays straight through. Curated true encounters, elevated into quiet, literary horror for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. When I first moved into the apartment on Langley Street, the air felt heavier than it should have. It was early March, still cold enough that the windows stayed shut, but the walls seemed to hold on to something thicker than stale air, something I couldn't name. The building was old. That was obvious from the warped floorboards and the buzzing intercom panel downstairs that never quite worked. But rent was cheap, and I needed a reset. After everything with my mom, I just wanted quiet. I spent the first few days cleaning and unpacking. It was on the 3rd day, while rearranging the built-in bookshelf in the living room, that I found the door. The shelf didn't sit flush with the wall, and when I leaned my weight against one side, it pivoted slightly on hidden hinges. Behind it was a door barely 3 feet tall, recessed into the drywall. Its surface painted the same dull beige as the rest of the apartment. There was no handle, just a small notch where fingers could pry it open. Inside was a crawl space, maybe 4 feet deep and just tall enough to crouch in. Dust coated the floor in a thick layer, undisturbed for years, except for one area where it had been brushed aside in a neat rectangular space. At the center of that space was a bundle of letters, tied together with yellowed twine. The handwriting on the envelopes was unmistakable. It was my mother's name. She'd been gone 6 months. I didn't open them at first. I sat back on my heels, staring at them as the cold from the floor seeped into my knees. The crawl space had a smell, dry wood, old paper, and something metallic underneath. I pulled the letters out, one by one, and counted 12. Each envelope was addressed in the same looping cursive, each one postmarked from different towns across the Midwest, none familiar, no return address. That night, I laid them out on the dining table. I told myself I'd open one in the morning. Maybe they were from someone my mom had known years ago, someone she hadn't talked about. But even as I told myself that, I felt the weight in my stomach grow. At exactly 3 a.m., I woke up. I hadn't set an alarm, and I hadn't needed to pee. I just woke, upright in bed, heart pounding. Then I heard it, the sound of something scratching. It came from behind the wall. Not the kind of scratching you hear when a pipe shifts or a squirrel gets into the roof. This was slow, deliberate, the kind of sound made by something that knows it's being listened to. I held my breath and sat frozen in bed. It lasted maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I didn't sleep after that. At first light, I rushed to the table. The letters were gone. I tore the apartment apart, checked the trash, the crawl space, under furniture. I even went through my moving boxes again in case I'd somehow lost them in a daze. But they were nowhere. The bookshelf still pivoted. The crawl space was still there, but the dust inside was undisturbed. The space where the letters had been was clean. No twine, no smudges, like nothing had ever been there. I told myself I must have dreamed it, that maybe I'd imagined the whole thing, but the memory of the paper in my hands was too real. The weight of it, the smell, I didn't imagine that. The next night, the scratching came again. Same time, 3 a.m., same slow, deliberate motion. This time it lasted longer. I started keeping a flashlight on the nightstand. I began marking the time every night when I woke up, jotting down how long the scratching lasted. It was always between 2 and 3 minutes, never shorter, never longer. By the 5th night, I couldn't take it anymore. I stayed up, sitting cross-legged in front of the crawlspace door, flashlight in one hand, my phone in the other with the camera recording. I waited until just before 3 a.m., then opened the little door and crawled inside. It was silent. The space was empty except for dust. I scanned the corners, knocked on the walls. Nothing. I waited until my legs went numb. then crawled back out and sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. That's when I heard it scratching, but not behind the wall this time. It was coming from inside the crawl space I had just exited. I turned my head slowly. The small door was still open. My flashlight beam was steady. The sound was soft, like nails dragging across paper. Then it stopped. I stood up, closed the little door, and moved the bookshelf back into place. I didn't open it again. In the mornings, the apartment felt normal. Coffee brewed. Sunlight came through the windows. The neighbors were noisy. I told myself the letters weren't real, but I still looked at the wall every time I passed by. I still heard the scratching. Every night, sometimes I wondered what would have happened if I'd opened one of the letters before they disappeared. What secrets my mother had kept. What I was never meant to find. The weeks passed. The sound never stopped. I started sleeping on the couch, away from that wall. I put on music at night. I left the TV running. Nothing drowned it out. I never found the letters again, but I think something knows I saw them. I think that's why it keeps coming back. Same time, same rhythm. Every night I listen, and every night it listens back. I was about 3 hours into the hike when I found the camera. It was half buried beneath a pile of damp leaves off the trail, just visible enough to catch my eye. I assumed someone had dropped it by accident, maybe a tourist, maybe someone who took a wrong turn. The casing was scratched up, but the lens looked intact. I brushed the dirt off with the sleeve of my jacket, glanced around for anyone nearby, then powered it on. The battery still held a charge. The camera booted slowly, whirring like it had been cold for a while. I opened the gallery out of curiosity. The first few photos were typical trail shots: trees, rocks, distant mountain views. Then I froze. The fourth photo was of me, not someone who looked like me, not a coincidence of angles or clothing. It was me, taken that same day. I was wearing the same jacket, the same green knit hat. In the photo, I was crouched near a stream, filtering water. I didn't remember seeing anyone else out there, especially not someone close enough to get that kind of shot. I checked the timestamp. It was from just after noon. Barely 3 hours earlier, the next image showed me again, walking up the trail. Backpack slung over one shoulder, then another. This time from the ridge above the switchback I'd climbed maybe an hour ago. The angle was high, like someone had been watching from the tree line. I flipped through faster. Each image drew closer. Whoever had taken them had followed the trail behind me, staying just out of sight. There were at least a dozen shots, all from that afternoon. Some zoomed in so close I could see the pattern on my gloves. Then I reached the last photo. It showed the back of my head. I was standing on the outcrop I'd passed, barely 10 minutes earlier. My hood was down. The sun had shifted low enough to cast a hard shadow. My posture was relaxed. I hadn't known anyone was behind me. The timestamp read 4:17 p.m. I checked my watch. It was 4:22. I didn't move, not at first. My fingers tightened around the camera, but everything else went still. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the brush around me. I scanned the trees, nothing. Then behind the thicket to my left, I heard the sound, a camera shutter. Not digital, mechanical. A single click, like someone using an older model with a real button. It was close. Too close. I dropped the camera where I found it, and turned. The slope behind me was steep, but I didn't care. I moved fast. Not back toward the trail, but down through the underbrush, away from where the sound had come from. Branches scraped my arms and caught at my clothes, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I reached the road just as the last of the light started to drain from the sky. My car was parked a half-mile up, but I flagged down a passing pickup and asked for a ride. The driver asked if I was okay. I told him I'd gotten turned around. He nodded and didn't ask more. I've gone hiking since, but never alone, never without letting someone know exactly where I'm going and when I'll be back, and I've never gone back to that trail. It started just before 2 a.m., about halfway through the last stretch of my shift. I was the night security guard at an office complex in the business district. 6 floors, all glass and brushed metal, quiet as a tomb after dark. That night was like any other. Dead silent, lit only by flickering fluorescents, the low hum of servers and vending machines, filling the spaces where human voices used to be. I was sitting in the security office on the ground floor, sipping lukewarm coffee and watching the feeds from the building's internal cameras. Most were static, empty corridors, locked conference rooms, the usual nothing. But then one of the monitors blinked. It was subtle, a flicker, then movement. Feed 3B, northeast stairwell landing, just outside the old HR office on the 4th floor. The restricted level, no tenant, no clearance, and absolutely no reason anyone should be up there. And yet, a small figure stood just inside the camera's frame. I leaned forward, squinting. It was a child, maybe 7 or 8 years old, thin, barefoot, wearing what looked like an oversized white t-shirt. I couldn't see the face clearly, but the kid was just standing there. Still, too still. I double-checked the access logs. No door opened on that floor. Not recently. The whole level had been locked down for months pending renovations. No employees had badges that still pinged green on the 4th floor readers. No one could have gotten up there without setting off an alert. But the kid was there. Just as I grabbed my flashlight and keys, I watched on the feed as the child turned slow and deliberate and walked directly toward the far wall. Not toward the door, toward the wall. Then, without a pause, they kept walking and passed straight through it. No shudder, no stumble. 1 second they were visible. The next, gone. The wall swallowed them whole. I froze. I didn't believe it. Not really. Maybe the angle made it look like that. Maybe there was a camera glitch. I rewound the footage, playing it back 3 times before I even stood up. Same result. The kid entered frame, turned, and disappeared through a solid concrete wall. I still went up. I don't know why. Maybe because it's what I was supposed to do, or maybe because some part of me needed to confirm it physically. I took the elevator up to 3, then walked the stairs to 4. The stairwell door was locked. As expected, I used my master key and opened it slowly. The hallway smelled like dust and stale carpet. The overhead lights came on automatically in sections as I walked through. Nothing out of place. I checked each door. HR, the copy room, old archives, all locked. No sign of tampering. I scanned for footprints. Nothing. No marks on the walls or floor. I walked to the far wall, the one the child had vanished through. It was solid, cold to the touch. I even knocked on it like an idiot, expecting, I don't know what, a hollow echo maybe, but it sounded just like a wall, because it was a wall. I stayed up there for less than 5 minutes. Back in the security office, I exported the footage to a drive and watched it again. Zoomed in, slowed down, reversed, paused frame by frame. The details were clearer on the high-res screen. The kid wasn't translucent. They cast a shadow. They moved like something real. But that wall, it didn't blink, bend, or shimmer. They just walked into it and were gone. I didn't file a report. I didn't call the police. I didn't make a copy for the building manager. I left the footage on the desk with my badge and keys, and walked out without locking the door behind me. I didn't want to understand what I saw. I just wanted it to stop existing the second I turned my back. The building called twice the next day. I didn't answer. I never went back. I took a job at a warehouse in a different city, day shifts only, but sometimes I still wake up thinking about that hallway. The cold draft from the stairwell, and the blank stare of a child who shouldn't have been there, who wasn't supposed to be anywhere at all. That detail matters, because it rules out a dozen explanations I ran through later. The phone wasn't in my pocket. It wasn't across the street in a cafe, or sitting on my kitchen counter. It was warm from my palm, unlocked, the screen already awake from checking the time. The vibration felt like a trapped insect buzzing against my skin. My own name glowed at the top of the screen. Under it, my number. At first I thought it was a glitch, the way contacts sometimes double when the network hiccups. I lifted the phone closer to my face, squinting at the reflection of myself in the glass. Sunlight bounced off the apartment windows across the street, turning them into bright squares. I could hear a delivery truck idling at the corner, the low diesel growl steady as a held breath. I answered without thinking. Habit. There was no greeting on the other end, just breathing, close enough that I could hear moisture in the throat. I took another step toward my building and stopped, because the voice spoke, calm and unhurried, and said that I had my keys in my right hand and the phone in my left, and that my jacket was open even though it was colder than it looked. I stood there with my mouth open. The breath on the other end matched mine, quickened in the same small way. I looked down. My keys were in my right hand. The zipper on my jacket was halfway down. The voice went on, describing the scuff on my left shoe, the one I'd noticed that morning and decided not to deal with. It mentioned the coffee stain on the sleeve I thought I'd scrubbed out. It said I was standing under the streetlight that flickered even during the day, the one with the faint hum I could feel through the soles of my feet. I said my name, not as a question, more as a test, and my voice sounded thin and far away. The call didn't crackle, there was no lag. I turned in a slow circle. People were moving around me in ordinary ways. A woman with a stroller crossed at the corner. Someone laughed from an open window above a shop. The streetlight hummed. Across the street, halfway down the block, a man stood near a bus stop shelter. He was holding a phone to his ear. He was looking directly at me. I don't remember deciding to walk toward him. I remember the way my legs felt heavy, like wading through water, and the way the voice on the phone said, gently, that I was crossing the street without looking for traffic, and that the light was still red. A car honked. I stopped short, heart pounding, the sound of the horn ringing inside my head. The man across the street didn't move. He watched me with an expression I couldn't read from that distance. Not smiling, not blank, focused. I lifted my phone away from my ear and stared at the screen again. My number was still there. The call timer ticked up, steady seconds marking time like a metronome. I put it back to my ear. I asked him who he was. I asked him how he was doing this. The questions came out clipped, breathless. I could hear the strain in my own voice, the way it rose at the end. The man across the street shifted his weight. He lowered his phone a fraction, then raised it again. He took a step back. The voice on my line said that I shouldn't raise my voice, that people would notice. It said the man by the bus stop was going to walk away now, that I would feel an urge to follow him, and that it would be better if I didn't. The man turned and walked east, blending into the flow of pedestrians. I took 2 steps after him before stopping myself. My chest hurt with the effort of not moving. I stood there while the voice described my pulse in my throat, the way my hands were shaking even though I was trying to keep them still. It told me to go inside my building. It told me the door code. It told me which elevator would arrive first. I didn't move. The idea of being guided anywhere by that voice made my skin crawl. I stayed on the sidewalk, back against the cool brick of the building next to mine, eyes scanning faces. The man was gone. The call did not end. The voice went quiet for a moment, then started talking again. Not about me, but about the street. It listed the license plates of passing cars. It named the songs leaking out of earbuds as people walked by. It noted the flicker of the streetlight, counting the seconds between hums, without sounding like it was counting. I hung up. The screen went black for half a second, then lit again with an incoming call. My number. Same vibration, same trapped insect feeling. I let it ring until it stopped. It rang again immediately. I turned the phone off. The street seemed louder without the call, the delivery truck pulling away, the city filling the space where the voice had been. I took a breath that shook all the way through me and went inside my building, punching the code with fingers that didn't want to cooperate. The lobby smelled like cleaning solution and old carpet. The security camera above the door clicked softly as I passed under it. I half expected the voice to start again, to narrate my steps across the tile, but the phone stayed dark in my hand. The elevator doors were open. I stepped in and hit my floor, then the close button twice, harder than necessary. The doors slid shut with a familiar shudder. As the car rose, I watched my reflection in the scratched metal, looking for something different, some sign that I was being watched from the inside out. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door behind me and stood there listening. The building made its usual noises. Pipes knocked. Someone's TV murmured through a wall. My phone stayed silent. I left it off while I paced the apartment, checking windows, pulling blinds, making sure the chain was on the door, even though it had never been before. I told myself it was a prank, a scam, some elaborate spoof. I told myself there were apps that could fake caller ID, that someone across the street could have watched me for a minute and guessed the rest. That explanation frayed when I turned the phone back on. It rang before the home screen fully loaded. I didn't answer. I watched it ring and ring, my number flashing insistently. When it stopped, I blocked the number, my own name disappearing from my contacts list with a tap. The phone vibrated again, a text this time, from an unknown number. No preview text showed on the lock screen. I didn't open it. I put the phone face down on the kitchen table and stepped away like it might bite. The rest of the day stretched out, elastic and strange. I sat on my couch and stared at the blank TV screen, listening for sounds that didn't belong. Every few minutes, the phone buzzed with another call or text. I ignored them all. The sun moved across the floor, turning dust motes into slow, drifting constellations. When it got dark, the buzzing stopped. I slept in fits, dreams shallow and easily broken. Each time I woke, I checked the table to make sure the phone was still there, still dark. In the morning, I had messages, dozens, missed calls, voicemails I didn't listen to, texts I didn't read. The timestamps spanned the night, gaps where I must have slept through vibrations I didn't remember feeling. I took the phone with me when I left the apartment, powered on but on silent, like a talisman. The street looked normal in the clear light of day. The street light was off. People hurried to work. No one stood still and watched me. I made it 3 blocks before the phone vibrated in my pocket. I stopped walking and stood very still. I didn't take it out. The vibration stopped, then started again, longer this time. I kept walking, heart in my throat, and the vibration stopped. Across the street, a man stepped out of a coffee shop. He held a phone. He looked at me. He wasn't the same man from the day before. Different height, different jacket. The way he watched me was the same. I ducked into a hardware store and stayed there until my hand stopped shaking, pretending to compare light bulbs while the phone buzzed in my pocket like an angry insect. When I left, the man was gone. The buzzing continued for another block, then stopped. It didn't matter where I went after that. The pattern held. Calls from my number, texts from unknowns, men and women on the street, always with phones, always looking at me a beat too long. When I approached, they walked away. When I didn't, the calls continued. I stopped answering. I stopped blocking. I stopped trying to make sense of it. I learned the rhythm of it, the way the phone would stay quiet if I kept moving, the way it would erupt if I stayed still too long. I learned to keep my head down and my pace steady, to avoid reflective surfaces that showed me what I already knew. At night, in my apartment, the phone stayed quiet as long as the blinds were closed. I don't know why that worked. I didn't test it more than once. I still have the phone, I still use it. I don't know what would happen if I didn't. I don't know if the man across the street was the same one every time or if that matters. I know that when my phone vibrates in my hand now, I always check the number even when I'm already holding it, and I never answer calls from myself, no matter how much they know about me, no matter how closely they breathe. I was driving home from a work site in a neighboring county, later than usual. I do architectural surveying, mostly dull stuff, measuring and photographing facades for restoration bids. It was past midnight, and I was dead tired. My route took me across an old iron truss bridge that spans the Wexley River, way out where the fog rolls in off the water like it has somewhere to be. That night, the fog was thicker than I'd ever seen it, milky and dense, with just the faintest glow from the moon fighting through. I dropped to maybe 15 miles per hour as I eased onto the bridge. I could barely see the railings. Then my headlights caught something that didn't make sense. There was a person standing dead center in the lane ahead. They weren't walking or signaling, just standing. No car nearby, no hazard lights, nothing. Just a figure, tall, thin, arms at their sides. I instinctively tapped my horn, just a short beep. Not aggressive. They didn't move. No flinch, no step to the side. I slowed more, squinting, thinking maybe it was a road worker or a jogger, someone disoriented. But they weren't wearing anything reflective, just dark clothes that blended into the night. As I got within 10 feet, I could see their face, pale and blank, like they were looking straight through me. I blinked, bracing myself to stop completely or swerve if I had to. But in the moment my car passed where they stood, they weren't there anymore. Just empty air. My breath caught. I checked the mirrors immediately, and that's when I saw them again in the rear view, now standing behind my car. Same spot, same posture, unmoved. I slammed the brakes without thinking. My tires screeched against the slick metal decking. The car rocked forward, then settled. I sat there gripping the wheel. The fog shifted in the rear view, curling like smoke, but the figure was gone. I turned around in my seat. Nothing. I opened the door, stepped out. It was silent except for the hum of the engine and the distant trickle of the river. No footsteps, no voices, no cars approaching from either side. Just me in the fog. I walked a few paces toward the back of the car, scanning left and right, peering over the railing. No splash, no ripples, no one climbing down or hiding behind a beam. The bridge was deserted. When I turned to get back in, I noticed it. A wet handprint on the inside of the front passenger window. It was small, too small to be mine. Clear as day, with droplets still running down the glass like it had just been pressed there. Fingers slightly spread, the base of the palm angled like whoever made it had leaned in from the seat beside me. My doors had stayed locked since I got in. I checked anyway. Walked around, tried each handle, all locked. The back seat was empty. Just my survey gear and a half-finished coffee. No footprints on the floor mats. No sign of anyone having opened a door or climbed through. The handprint was on the inside. I kept looking at it, hoping it would fade or smear with time, but it stayed clear, cold against the glass. I didn't wipe it away. I got back in and drove the rest of the way off the bridge, hands tight on the wheel, barely breathing. The next morning I checked again before heading out. The handprint was gone, window dry, nothing on the seat or the dash or anywhere else in the car, but that fog hasn't rolled in the same way since, and I don't take that bridge after dark anymore. Not because I'm afraid of seeing something again, but because of how real that handprint felt when I traced it, fingertip to fingertip, across the glass. I was tearing out the old wood paneling in the basement. When I found the scene, it wasn't obvious at first. Just a narrow outline behind a row of mildewed shelving. But once I'd cleared the junk away and tapped on it, the sound came back hollow. Someone had cut a section of the concrete wall and covered it over with drywall, painted to match the dingy beige around it. There were no hinges, no handle, just a pressure latch. When I pushed, the panel gave way with a quiet pop. Behind it was a narrow hallway, barely wide enough to walk through. The walls were unfinished cinder block. The air changed immediately, still colder, and carrying the stale scent of skin and sweat. I waved my flashlight down the corridor and saw the end of it, maybe 15 feet away. There was a door, heavy metal and rusting at the edges. We'd been renovating the place for about 3 weeks. A group of us, me, my cousin Marcus, my high school buddy Nate, and his girlfriend Alyssa had pooled our money to buy the old Victorian on Bellamy Street. The place was massive, full of charm and bad decisions from a century of patchwork maintenance. We were going to flip it, turn it into something livable again, I called everyone down when I found the passage. They came slowly, skeptical. Marcus cracked a joke about secret tunnels and bootleggers. Alyssa stayed behind me, arms crossed, not really amused. Nate tried the door handle first, but it didn't budge. I noticed that it wasn't locked. It had a deadbolt, but it wasn't engaged. It just stuck a bit from years of disuse. Or that's what I told myself. We got it open. Inside was a single room, maybe 10 by 12 feet. No windows, concrete floor. One exposed bulb hanging from the ceiling. Surprisingly still working when we flipped the switch. It clicked on, casting everything in a hard yellow glare. And there it was, a cot. A worn, clean-looking blanket folded at the foot. A small table with stacked cans, beans, soup, tuna. A jug of water. A plastic fork beside an open container of store-brand mac and cheese, half eaten. The food wasn't old, not decades old like the house. It was fresh. Weeks, maybe days old. The expiration dates were in the future. Everything was neat, not like a squatter's camp. More like a hotel room, kept ready for a guest. A dented thermos sat beside the cot. There was a small plastic clock on the wall, ticking softly. We all stood there in silence. Alyssa was the first to speak. She whispered almost to herself that the house had been empty since the foreclosure 5 years ago. Nate said that wasn't necessarily true. Nobody had bought it, sure, but it didn't mean no one had been in it. Marcus muttered something about people living in walls. I shut off the light and pulled the door closed. We agreed not to touch anything. Just call the cops and report it. Maybe it was a drifter. Maybe someone squatting without causing damage. Still, it felt wrong to poke around too much. We went back upstairs. It was maybe 10 minutes later when we heard it. Footsteps. Hard and fast. Coming up from the basement. Not the stairs leading up to the kitchen. These came from the hallway leading to the hidden room. The steps were too quick, too deliberate. Not like someone sneaking. More like someone fleeing. I was standing in the dining room, looking over the original molding we'd planned to keep. Alyssa screamed from the hall, and I turned just in time to see the basement door swing shut. We rushed down. The hidden door was ajar again. The light inside was on, but the room empty. The cot, the table, everything still in place. The mac and cheese was gone. So was the thermos, and the back door on the ground floor at the far end of the kitchen was wide open, swinging gently on its hinges. We chased nothing. The yard was empty. The gate hung off one hinge. Beyond it, just woods and the rusting chain-link fence that marked the edge of the property. No signs, no footprints, nothing. We called the police anyway. They checked the place, wrote a report, said there was no evidence of forced entry. They couldn't explain the hidden room. Said they'd never seen it on any of the city planning documents. Not their jurisdiction, they said. Talked to zoning. Maybe it was part of the original construction, sealed up in some past renovation. We didn't see the man, or woman, or whoever had been living there. But someone had. For a long time, maybe. Living under us through the weeks we'd been making noise. Pulling out walls, arguing over where to put the island in the kitchen. They'd watched us. Listened, at least. Moved through that passage in silence. We resealed the room. Reinforced the back door. None of us stayed the night after that. I hired a contractor to finish the job. Paid more than I should have. We sold the place a few months later. After the flip. Sometimes I check the listing. The photos don't show the basement. It started with a misfire from my smart speaker, something most people would write off as a bug. I was brushing my teeth, winding down for the night, when I heard my own voice echoing from the living room. I froze, toothbrush still in hand. It wasn't a recording or a playback. It was unmistakably me, saying something I had never said. The cadence, the inflection spot on. But the words were wrong. I don't like when you leave the blinds open at night. The voice said. My apartment was small, modern, quiet. No roommates, no pets. The kind of place where noises carry. I spat into the sink, wiped my mouth, and edged down the hallway. The smart speaker sat on the kitchen counter, light ring glowing dim blue. As I stepped into view, the voice stopped. I stood there for a while, watching the speaker like it might move. Eventually, I chalked it up to a glitch. Maybe an old voice memo accidentally synced, or a weird Alexa skill gone rogue. I turned it off using the app on my phone and went to bed. The next evening, I was on the couch answering work emails when it spoke again. Your first meeting tomorrow is at 8:30. Wear the black shirt. It wasn't just my voice this time. It was distorted, like a corrupted file barely holding together. The tone dragged in some syllables, then clipped others short. But the thing that hit hardest was that it knew my schedule, and I hadn't told it. None of my calendars were linked to the device. Don't forget to log into the bank at noon. They'll be expecting you. My chest tightened. That appointment was in a private note on my laptop. Encrypted. No cloud sync, no backup, nothing that should have been accessible. I stood and walked to the speaker slowly. I unplugged it without saying a word. The ring stayed lit. That soft blue glow didn't blink, didn't dim. Then my voice came again, choked and glitched like it was falling apart mid-sentence. And don't be late for your call with Denise. She doesn't like surprises. I stepped back, holding the cord in my hand. The thing wasn't plugged in. It should have been dead. My ears rang with silence once the voice stopped. This time, I didn't wait for it to start again. I tossed a towel over it, shoved it in a drawer, and grabbed my phone to call support. 3 minutes of hold music later, a voice came on. Real, human, tired. I told the rep what happened. He didn't laugh. He didn't sound confused. Instead, he said, "That's not a recognized behavior for the device, sir." Has anyone else had access to your network? I paused. I lived alone. But the Wi-Fi? I'd never changed the default password after moving in. Maybe a neighbor, I guessed. Because I'm a gantu on all fourly. The rep asked me to hold while he looped in a technician. That guy was sharper. He asked for the model number, firmware version, serial stuff I hadn't thought to check. Then he asked me to describe exactly what the voice said. I repeated it, word for word. There was a long pause. "That's not a system voice," he finally said. "And it's not pre-recorded." I asked what that meant. "It's either a custom injection, someone feeding a cloned voice through your speaker, or a breach in the back end, possibly local." I asked if that was possible. "Technically yes," he said, "but it would require physical proximity and direct access to your network. Has anyone nearby been acting strangely?" It clicked then. My upstairs neighbor, Jeff. Tech savvy, always offering unsolicited advice about routers, VPNs, mesh networks. Once when I had trouble with my smart bulbs, he fixed them without even coming into my place. Just said he could see the issue from his end. I hadn't thought much of it then. Now it made me nauseous. I asked the technician if he could tell where the intrusion came from. He said no, not without a local scan, but he suggested a factory reset and a full audit of my network. I thanked him and hung up. I didn't sleep that night. Just lay on the couch, the unplugged speaker in its drawer like a silent bomb. Next morning, I ran into Jeff in the hallway. He smiled, holding a travel mug and a laptop bag. "Morning," he said. I nodded, hollow. He turned to leave, then added, "Hope you didn't forget your call with Denise. She doesn't like surprises, huh?" My blood went cold. I didn't reply. Just watched him walk down the hall. That same easy stride, like nothing had happened. Like I hadn't just caught him using my own voice to mess with my head. I moved a month later. New city, new gear, full network lockdown. No smart speakers, no assistants, no connected anything I couldn't monitor directly. Sometimes I still think about the voice coming from the drawer, mimicking me, knowing things it shouldn't. I tell myself it was all explainable, that Jeff was just a creep with too much time and a knack for networks. But every now and then, when the apartment is quiet and my devices are off, I swear I can still hear my voice echoing softly from a place I can't locate. It started with the headlights. Same spot every night. There was a stretch of chain-link fencing behind the loading dock where the shadows ran deep. And just beyond it sat a small weed-choked lot, technically part of the property but unused and mostly forgotten. Every night, just after 2 in the morning, a pair of headlights would pierce the dark through the slats in the fence. Same car, same angle, same silence. At first I chalked it up to a neighbor using our lot for a smoke break, or maybe a commuter taking a nap before a long drive. But after a week I started paying attention. Same car, same spot, never earlier, never later. Just parked, engine off, no visible movement inside. Some nights the dome light would blink on for a second before the interior went black again. The building I worked in processed overnight shipments. A warehouse with buzzing fluorescent lights, humming conveyor belts, and the constant low rumble of pallets rolling across concrete. I was a picker. I liked the quiet, liked the rhythm of it, but every break I found myself drifting toward the backlot window, watching that car, staring into the fence-line shadows like they might blink back. Around the 3rd week I brought binoculars. Just a cheap pair I'd had in my glove compartment. I waited until my second break, leaned against the break room window and focused in. The headlights were off that night, but the dome light flicked on again. That gave me just a sliver of time. What I saw made my stomach knot. The car was full of dolls, hundreds maybe. Every seat, every surface, even the dash lined with glassy eyes and limp limbs. Some were pristine, some worn down to stuffing and stitches. There were plastic ones with frozen grins and porcelain ones with delicate painted faces. They were packed so tight I couldn't see the driver. I remember thinking it looked like the car had been stuffed for insulation, like someone wanted to keep the cold out or keep something else in. I didn't sleep well that day. Kept imagining those little eyes pressed up against the glass, watching me from across the lot. No matter how I turned it over in my head, it didn't make sense. Who brings something like that here every night? Why that spot? Why not move them? Why leave them in the car? The next night, I brought my keys and slipped out the side door during lunch. The air was cold still. Not a single breeze, just the crunch of gravel under my boots, and the distant clatter of warehouse noise fading behind me. The car was there. Same place. Closer up, it looked older than I'd guessed. Boxy, faded blue with patches of rust licking up from the wheel wells. I didn't go right up to it. Circled it once. Maybe 20 feet out, scanning for movement. Nothing. No light, no sound. Just the faint chemical scent of air freshener overripe, like someone had tried too hard to mask something. I stepped closer. 1 foot at a time, my breath fogged the glass. They were definitely dolls. All sizes. Baby dolls, fashion dolls, rag dolls, some I didn't recognize. A few had been wedged between the front seats. Faces turned upward like they were staring at the roof. One had a missing eye. Another had a cracked cheek, revealing the pale pulp underneath. I don't know why I did it, but I tapped the window. The scream was instant. High-pitched, furious, and sudden, like it had been waiting just behind the glass. A man burst upright in the driver's seat, face twisted, mouth wide, hands slamming against the glass. He looked older than I'd expected. Wild hair, sweat on his temples, eyes unfocused but locked on me. He didn't open the door, just kept yelling, his words a chaotic flood I couldn't parse. Spit hit the glass. His fists pounded the window like he was trying to crack it. The dolls jostled and tipped with every movement. I backed away, slow at first, then faster, until I was sprinting. I didn't stop until I was back inside the building, lungs burning, heart trying to punch out of my chest. Nobody asked where I'd been. Nobody noticed my hands shaking, or the way I hovered near the front of the building the rest of the shift. Eyes on the main lot. I called in sick the next night. And the night after that, on the 3rd day, I drove in just long enough to hand in my badge. Didn't say why. Didn't mention the dolls. Nobody asked. I never saw that car again, and I never went back to that warehouse. Sometimes late at night, I think about the way those dolls looked, how tightly they were packed in, like insulation, like containment, and I wonder who that man was, and what would have happened if I'd opened the door instead of just tapping the glass. It was just after sunset when I saw her. I was coasting through a quiet cul-de-sac in a neighborhood I didn't know well. Low-slung houses, empty driveways, the kind of place where porch lights came on automatically and curtains were always drawn. I was coming back from a hardware store. Nothing urgent, just a Sunday project stretching into the evening. I remember the road was still warm, still holding on to the day's heat, and the air had that early fall bite, crisp around the edges. She stepped into the road waving both arms. Frantic, almost theatrical. Blonde hair in a loose ponytail, wearing a denim jacket over a tank top. Her voice cracked as she begged me to stop, said her kid was choking in a nearby car and she couldn't get him to breathe. She pointed toward a silver SUV parked a few houses down on the opposite curb. I pulled over, still rolling a bit as I checked the mirrors. No other cars. No neighbors out, porch lights, yes, but no people. She was already halfway back toward the SUV before I opened my door. I left the engine running, door ajar, and jogged after her. Maybe it was the way she kept glancing over her shoulder, or maybe just the silence. It should have been noisy, right? The child choking. Even in a car you'd expect cries, a parent shouting, but it was dead quiet. Just her boots scuffing the pavement and the faint hum of my idling engine. About halfway to the SUV, I slowed. Something felt off. The angle was wrong. The car was parked between two bushes on the curb, one of them unusually wide for landscaping like this. Then I saw them, 3 shapes. No movement, just the hint of limbs, knees, elbows, tucked low behind the hedge. One of them shifted slightly, just enough to catch the last of the streetlight glare off something in his hand. Plastic, stiff and pale. Zip ties. She was still walking, glancing back, trying not to lose my eyes. She said the boy's name, I can't remember it now, and motioned me forward with both arms, still playing the part. But her voice dropped at the end. Not fear, not urgency, just an edge of annoyance, like she was getting tired of the act. I turned back to my car without a word. The door was still open. I didn't run. I didn't want them to hear footsteps, but I walked fast, tight, and measured, like keeping a leash on panic. I slid in, slammed the door, and threw it in reverse before my seatbelt clicked. They heard the door. I saw one of the men rise from behind the bush, tall and broad-shouldered with a hood pulled low. The woman spun around and screamed something at him. I couldn't make it out, but she didn't look back at me again. She sprinted toward the SUV as I gunned it in reverse, tires squealing against the asphalt. My rear bumper scraped a mailbox. I didn't care. I tore backward out of the cul-de-sac, then spun the wheel hard and shot down the connecting street, hands slick on the wheel. I drove 3 blocks before I remembered I was still in reverse. I slammed to a stop, dropped it into drive, and kept going, not even sure where I was headed. When I reached a main road, I pulled into a gas station and sat with my heart banging in my chest, staring out at the neon buzz of the convenience store sign. A guy filling up next to me asked if I was okay. I told him no. The cops showed up 20 minutes later. I gave them the location, every detail I could recall. They sent a cruiser out while I waited with a second officer. When the first one radioed back, he said the street was empty. The SUV was gone. No sign of anyone on foot. Just a scrap of plastic zip tie on the curb where I'd seen the man crouching. They said I did the right thing. That sometimes these things are organized, practiced. That the emotional bait, the child in danger, is chosen to short-circuit instinct. One of the officers told me, off the record, that they'd had a few reports like this in the last year. Always slightly different. Sometimes it's a flat tire or a crying baby in a stroller. But the pattern's the same. They never catch anyone. I don't drive that way anymore. Even though nothing happened, not really. I still see her face sometimes in the side mirror. That shift in her eyes when she thought I was convinced. The calculation behind it. That flicker, just before the act dropped. She never looked scared. Not once. Just annoyed that I didn't fall for it. It started with something small, a USB drive no bigger than my thumb, sitting at the bottom of my mailbox. There was no envelope, no packaging, just a bare device wrapped once in a square of cheap tissue paper and taped shut. My name was scrawled on the paper in blue ballpoint pen, not printed, not typed, handwritten. I live alone in a split-level home at the edge of town. Suburban, quiet. I work in data privacy compliance audits for regional banks, so I'm not someone who takes anonymous deliveries lightly. The name on the drive made it clear this was for me, but there was no return address, no note. I turned it over in my hands. No branding, just a sticker. Pride it in faded block letters. I didn't plug it into my work laptop or my home PC. Instead, I pulled out an old air-gapped machine I keep for offline file recovery and sandbox analysis. It took longer to boot than I remembered. The interface lagged like it hadn't been used in years. The USB clicked into place with a dry little snap. Only one folder, no name. Inside, 6 JPEG files, no metadata. Someone had scrubbed the EXIF data clean. I opened the first. It was me, lying in bed. My bedroom was dark, lit only by the soft spill of the hallway light I always leave on. I was on my side, back to the camera. The shot was taken from a high angle. Someone had stood over me and taken it with a phone. The second photo was from the same position, but I had shifted slightly, arm under the pillow now. In the third, I was lying flat on my back, mouth open a little. I didn't sleep. I sat on the couch with the lights on and waited until the sun came up. I stopped counting after 4. My chest had gone cold. I pulled the drive out of the port and dropped it onto the desk like it had burned me. My house has locks, deadbolts, a monitored alarm system, no signs of forced entry, and I always check the doors, always. I'm the person who double checks the garage from the bed using the app. I walked the perimeter twice that night, flashlight in one hand, pepper spray in the other. Nothing was out of place. No broken screens, no unlocked doors. I bought cameras the next day. 4 indoor, 3 outdoor, all motion activated. 1 in the hallway, 1 in the living room, 1 in the bedroom, pointed at the door. I tested them all, reviewed the angles, and checked the storage limits twice. Then I waited. The officer who came to take the report was polite but skeptical. She asked if I had enemies. I told her no, not unless someone really hated data security regulations. She took the drive, promised to file the report, and said someone would follow up. There were no signs of forced entry, no prints on the USB, no usable camera angles from the street. She left with a generic warning about keeping my windows locked. 3 nights later, the hallway camera triggered at 2:47 a.m. The alert woke me. I tapped into the live feed before my brain could catch up. Someone was standing at the threshold of my bedroom door, just outside the frame. I couldn't see a face, only the edge of a shoulder, a patch of dark sleeve. The door creaked open wider, and the bedroom camera caught it. He stepped in slowly. No flashlight, no mask. Just walking in like he'd done it before. He wasn't a stranger. His name was Kyle. We'd worked together at a startup years ago. Briefly. He was sharp. A little off, but functional. I'd forgotten all about him. We'd had drinks maybe twice, and then I moved on to a different company. That was it. Nothing personal. Nothing hostile. But here he was. In my house. Standing at the foot of my bed like he belonged there. Then he walked back down the hall. Out of frame. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. The same phone, I realized, from the photos. He lifted it, framed the shot, and the screen flared as he tapped the shutter. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I watched from behind a screen while someone took my picture in real time, standing 5 feet from where I slept. I called the police again. This time, I had footage. They took it seriously. An officer reviewed the logs and checked the timestamps. There was no forced entry, again, but he hadn't broken in. He had used a key. When I bought the house, the seller had given me 4 copies. I used 2. One was in my car's glove compartment. The other had gone missing a year ago, lost during a move, I'd assumed. I hadn't thought anything of it. But that night, Kyle used a key that slid smoothly into the deadbolt, turned without hesitation, and let him into my home like he owned it. He was arrested within 48 hours. They found a journal in his apartment, pages filled with notes about me, surveillance logs, diagrams of my house, copies of my social media posts, going back years. He'd built a profile from scraps, and he'd been tracking me since the day I left the startup. Quietly, patiently. They didn't find any physical evidence of previous break-ins. No fingerprints, no DNA, but the photos were enough. So was the footage. I never noticed. He's being held without bail. The charges are stacking up: unauthorized entry, stalking, digital harassment. They told me he hasn't said a word since the arrest. I changed the locks the same day, replaced every camera. I don't sleep with the lights off anymore. I keep a baseball bat by the bed. And even now, months later, I still check the hallway camera every night before I close my eyes. I got the order notification around 10:22 a.m. A basic parcel drop-off in a quiet subdivision on the north end of town. Sunny day, bone-dry streets, no wind to speak of. It was one of those sprawling neighborhoods with perfect hedges, wide driveways, and low humming quiet that never quite matched the sheer number of houses. The kind of place that felt like it had more garages than people. The delivery note caught my attention. Please leave package inside the garage. Door will be open. Thank you. I reread it twice. It wasn't unheard of, but I didn't love it. People were getting picky lately, overdoing the special instructions like they were testing how far they could push it. I sighed, set the GPS, and drove the last 4 blocks with the package on the passenger seat like a sleeping cat. House was clean. Beige paint, red trim, lawn edged like it had been done with a ruler. The garage door was halfway open when I pulled up. Motionless, no sound, no visible mechanism moving. No cars in the driveway. No visible cameras either, which struck me as odd for a house this uptight. I parked, grabbed the small rectangular box, light something electronic maybe, and walked up the drive. I ducked to step into the garage, eyes adjusting as I moved from bright daylight into a cooler, dimmer space. It smelled faintly of motor oil and citrus air freshener like someone had cleaned it recently, but not too recently. The inside was barren. No bikes, no tools, no junk, just a single folding table with a roll of paper towels and what looked like a plastic cup of water on it. The floor was spotless, not even dust. I was halfway to the inner door, maybe 5 steps in, when I heard the garage door whir to life behind me. The sound snapped like a whip, sharp, sudden, too close. I turned, heart thudding. The door was descending faster than I expected. I dropped the package, turned on instinct, and lunged toward the wall where I'd spotted a cinder block stacked against a leg of the table. It wasn't heavy, but not light either. I slid it across the floor and jammed it under the door just as the edge reached my knees. The motor groaned, slowed, then halted with a stuttering jerk. The gap it left was barely a foot, but it was enough. I crouched and stayed there for a beat, watching, listening. No footsteps, no voice, no movement. I stood slowly and turned toward the door that led into the house. Still closed, nothing behind it but silence. My eyes drifted up, almost involuntarily toward the small square window above, and to the left of the door. A face was there. I didn't jump. I didn't run, but my breath stopped. It was a man, or someone shaped like one. Mid-40s, maybe older. Pale, watching, not blinking, not smiling, not angry, just there. Eyes locked on mine, like we were on opposite sides of glass in a museum exhibit. I stared for 3, maybe 4 seconds, long enough to see the subtle sway of his posture, like he wasn't standing fully still. Then he stepped back and disappeared. No curtain, no movement to suggest he turned. Just gone. I didn't move right away. My knees were tight, locked. My brain didn't seem interested in coordinating anything below my neck. I reached for the package, backed out under the gap in the door, and stood in the sunlight like it might disinfect whatever that moment had left on me. I left the box on the welcome mat instead, took a quick photo for delivery confirmation, uploaded it, and got in the van. The whole drive back I didn't play music, didn't speak, didn't even roll the windows down. I reported the door incident to my dispatcher later, said the door closed without warning, and I nearly got stuck. They said they'd flag the address. Nothing about the man. I didn't include that. It felt like that part wasn't for them. I woke up with sunlight pressing against the tent fabric, the usual quiet of the backcountry broken only by the faint breeze threading through pine. At first, nothing seemed off, just the usual stiffness in my back, the earthy scent of cold soil and nylon. But as I unzipped the tent and stepped out, I froze mid-kneel. Something was wrong. The view in front of me was all wrong. I'd pitched my tent facing a small rise of rock and scrub. Now I was staring at the trunk of a tree I hadn't seen the night before. I stood up, turned around, and my stomach dropped. The fire pit was behind me, behind the tent. I always camped the same way. Tent entrance facing east, fire in front, gear stacked to the right. Now it was like someone had dragged the whole setup a few yards and rotated it slightly, like a piece on a chessboard. I hadn't woken up once. I walked a slow circle, trying to see if the tent had just collapsed or gotten loose. But the stakes were still deep in the ground. The guy lines were tight. The footprint of the tent hadn't been shuffled or dragged. It was just relocated, silently, with me in it. The gear was exactly where I left it. Hatchet still in the log, camp stove packed down, boots lined up neatly by a boulder. But the food was gone. Every dry bag that had been hanging in the bear bag, gone. No torn wrappers, no scraps. Even the paracord had been unknotted from the tree. It was like someone had taken the time to steal only the food and leave everything else undisturbed. I should have checked for bear prints immediately, but some part of me already knew I wasn't dealing with a bear. The ground around the fire pit told its own story. Pine needles had been swept aside in an irregular circle, not trampled, swept. There were impressions in the earth, too large and too broad for a human. Barefoot, no claw marks, no tread pattern, just 5 toes, thick heel, wide pad, too wide, each print longer than my own boot, spaced in a way that didn't make sense for something heavy. There was no deep drag or push where weight should have sunk in, just the soft curve of something massive that moved like it weighed nothing. They circled the campsite wide at first, then tightening, one set, always the same distance apart, like pacing. No sign of where they came from, no clear entry or exit point, just an eerie symmetry in their path, like whatever it was had studied the site for a while before doing anything. I didn't pack the tent, I didn't even roll up my sleeping bag. I left it all. I grabbed the emergency day pack, checked that my keys and GPS were still in it, and started hiking. Not a fast run, not a blind sprint, just steady, deliberate movement down the trail, with my ears tuned to every sound that didn't belong. I didn't look back until I reached the trailhead. Hours later, even then, it felt like the trees were pressing in too close behind me. I've been hiking solo for over a decade. I've dealt with bears, snakes, sudden storms, even a mountain lion once, but I've never experienced anything like that. Waking up somewhere I didn't go to sleep, with no sign I'd been moved. No noise, no struggle, like I'd been lifted in my sleep and set down somewhere else by something that didn't want to hurt me, but wanted me to know it had been there. Whatever moved that tent didn't break a twig, didn't wake me, didn't leave a scratch on the gear, but it left those prints perfectly spaced, too large to fake, impossible to explain. I haven't gone back to that area. I reported it, anonymously, to the local ranger station. They chalked it up to animal activity. Maybe a bear dragged the tent, they said, but bears don't tidy up after themselves. They don't leave symmetrical footprints, and they sure as hell don't unhook paracord without tearing the bark. I know what I saw, or rather what I didn't see. Something was there that night, and it was watching me sleep. I pulled into the lot of the Green Pine Motor Lodge just after 9. I remember the clock because the neon sign flickered when I parked under it, casting warped green light across the dashboard. It was the kind of place with exterior-facing doors, all lined up like teeth, each one numbered with peeling gold stickers. I'd been driving all day, and all I wanted was a shower, something microwavable and a quiet place to crash. The front desk was a small glass booth near the entrance. The man inside barely looked up when I asked for a room. He gave me a key, an actual metal key, not a card attached to a chunk of green plastic. Room 108. Non-smoking. He told me the vending machines were busted, and the ice machine hadn't worked since spring. Then he buzzed the door shut and went back to watching something on a tiny TV in the corner. The room smelled like mildew and dollar store cleaner. There was a patch of the carpet near the bed that felt damp under my sock, but I was too tired to care. I dropped my bag by the dresser, kicked off my shoes, and started unpacking my charger when I noticed the adjoining door. It was cracked open. Not much, just a sliver. Enough that I could see the darkness on the other side. I stared at it for a long moment, then crossed the room and nudged it gently with the heel of my hand. It didn't close. Something was stopping it. I pushed harder, but it bounced back like there was weight against it. I didn't hear anything at first, just the hum of the air conditioner and the slow tick of the bedside clock. Then I heard the sound. New. Rhythmic. Like chanting, but not in any language I recognized. It came in waves, a slow, measured tone, broken only by sharp little clicks or breaths between phrases. It was coming from the other side of the door. My skin went cold, and I backed away, bumping into the edge of the bed. I stood there for a minute, trying to listen harder, trying to convince myself it was just someone watching a weird movie or practicing lines for a play or something. I stepped forward again and reached for the lock on my side of the adjoining door. It was a simple latch, a little brass tab I could twist into place. As soon as I touched it, a hand reached through the gap. I didn't scream. I froze. The fingers were pale, thin, but firm. They clamped onto the edge of the door and pushed harder, widening the crack just an inch. The chanting stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I yanked my hand back and stumbled away. I grabbed my backpack, snatched up my keys, and didn't bother with my shoes. I hit the main door and was halfway to my car before I realized I was still holding my phone in my mouth like a flashlight. I drove until I found a gas station off the highway, with a big lot and a few parked semis. I pulled into a corner spot under the lights and locked the doors. I didn't even recline the seat. I just sat there, gripping the wheel, barefoot, heart hammering. At some point I must have dozed off, because I remember jerking awake when the sun started coming up. I drove back to the motel around 7, just to grab my bag. The door to 108 was wide open, no sign of anyone. I didn't go inside. I just took my things from the car and left without checking out. I still don't know what I interrupted that night. It started with a glint of metal in the dirt, just off the switchback trail. Mid-afternoon sun was pushing through the canopy in shards, and the forest was heavy with the wet green smell of moss. I'd been hiking solo for a few days, out past the usual campsites, well into the less beaten paths of the Cascades. No cell service, no people. That was the point. The keys were old, 2 brass ones, a longer silver and a fob with faded lettering. I picked them up, turned them over. No brand, just some dull grime in the grooves and a slight bend in the silver shaft. I looked around. No pack, no dropped gear, not even a boot print. The trail was steep here, hemmed by boulders and thick salal. I slid the keys into my pocket, figuring someone must have passed through and dropped them earlier in the season. Then I heard it, a voice, faint, from down the ravine. Help. I froze. Not loud, but clear. A man's voice strained, but not screaming. No crackling urgency. Just the word rising up through the slope like mist. I called back instinctively. Hello? Are you hurt? And scanned the trees below. The incline dropped fast, maybe 40 or 50 feet of mossy boulders, ferns, and deadfall. I didn't hear anything after that, just the hush of wind threading the canopy, but the call had sounded real. I started down. Careful steps, mud slick over roots. It smelled of old bark and wet stones, like the inside of a hollow log. I kept expecting to hear another shout, something directional to guide me. But there was nothing, just my boots scuffing moss, my breath louder than I liked. At the bottom, there was no one, no pack, no broken limbs, no movement. I turned slowly, listening. The air felt too still, like the pause before a bird takes flight. I was about to call out again when I heard the voice once more. "Help, please." This time it came from above, from the trail. The same voice, same quiet urgency. My body locked. The trail I had just come from, the one I was sure had been empty, was now where the voice was coming from. Not echoing, not mistaken, just relocated, like it had moved. I stood still for maybe a full minute. I wanted to believe it was someone else, maybe a second hiker I hadn't noticed, but there'd been no one. Not for miles. I'd parked at the far lot, logged in at the ranger box, and hadn't seen a single person since leaving the highway. I backed up, scanning the slope. Every rustle of fern felt deliberate. I half climbed, half crawled up the incline, ears tilted for another sound. There was nothing, until I crested the path again. And then it came a third time, closer. Same voice, same tone. Just past the next curve of the trail, I dropped the keys. I didn't think. I turned and ran. Not a sprint, too many roots and switchbacks for that, but a fast, stumbling retreat. My pack thumped. Branches clawed at my sleeves. I couldn't hear anything following, but I couldn't make myself stop. I pushed until my lungs burned and the light began to change. The trees thinning near the trailhead. By the time I reached my car, the forest had gone silent again. That deep, indifferent hush. No voices, no wind, just the sound of my own pulse in my ears as I twisted the ignition and pulled away. Tires skimming gravel. I didn't go back. I didn't tell anyone at the ranger station. I don't know if they'd believe me. Hell, I don't even know what I'd say. All I know is that I never saw the person that voice belonged to. Never saw anyone at all, just those keys in the dirt, catching light like they wanted to be found. It was already dark when I walked out of the grocery store, the cold fluorescent lights from the parking lot buzzing above me. I'd parked near the front earlier under one of the taller poles. It wasn't late, maybe a little after 7, but the early winter darkness always made things feel later than they were. As I approached my car, I slowed down. There was a man standing next to the passenger side, hands in his coat pockets, just waiting. Not leaning on it, not moving, just standing. His head was slightly turned, like he was pretending to look off across the lot, but I could see his eyes shift toward me. I stopped completely then, a few spaces away, trying to make sense of it. I didn't recognize him. He didn't have a cart or a bag. There was no one else around in that row. I stepped back a little, pretending to check my phone, even though the screen was already locked. That's when he turned and walked toward the store entrance, slowly, not looking at me as he passed. I waited. He disappeared through the sliding doors, and I turned on my heel and followed a few moments later, pushing past the automatic doors and into the warmth of the store. Inside, I grabbed a basket to make myself look busy, and headed toward the produce section. It didn't take long, less than 2 minutes maybe, before I saw him again. He was standing by the end cap of canned soups just past the fruit bins, facing me but pretending to scan the labels. He wasn't shopping. He didn't even have a cart or basket. I moved aisles. He moved too. I didn't run or hide. I just kept moving, zigzagging through aisles until I caught sight of a younger employee in a red apron near the bakery section. I walked straight up to him and asked, as quietly and directly as I could, if he could walk me to my car. I didn't try to explain everything. I just said someone was making me uncomfortable. He looked at me, then over my shoulder, and nodded. We walked out together through the main doors. The man wasn't inside anymore. My car was in the same place, untouched, but parked directly across from my aisle, engine running, was a dark gray sedan. The man was in the driver's seat, window halfway down, his face barely lit by the interior dash glow. He didn't start the car. He didn't drive away. He just sat there staring straight ahead as we walked past. The employee waited beside me while I unlocked my car and got in. I thanked him, then locked the doors and started the engine. I didn't pull out right away. I watched the mirror. The man in the sedan hadn't moved. I backed out slowly, turning away from his car, keeping my hand steady on the wheel. As I drove toward the exit, I didn't look back. I didn't want to know if he followed. I was driving home from my girlfriend's place out in the sticks past Red Willow Creek. It was late past 1 in the morning, and the road was empty the way it always is that time of night. No streetlights, just the reflective flash of road signs and the rhythmic thump of tires over uneven asphalt. I was maybe 20 minutes from home, cruising at the speed limit with the windows cracked just enough to let the cool air keep me awake. That's when I saw the headlights go out. I caught it in the rearview mirror. Another car, maybe 100 yards back, suddenly going dark. No brake lights, no running lights, nothing. Just the shape of a vehicle fading into the black behind me. At first I thought it was a malfunction, maybe someone with a busted alternator or a switch shorting out. But the car kept pace, creeping closer with no lights on at all. I tapped my brakes. Not to slow down, but just to flash them. Then I gave a quick blink of my high beams. Just once, a quick flick. Standard road etiquette. Hey, your lights are off. A second later, that car lit up like a firework. Headlights blazed to life. High beams immediately flaring in the mirror so bright I had to tilt it. Then it sped up, fast. They closed the distance in seconds, roaring up behind me like they were trying to push me off the road. I didn't wait to see what they'd do next. I hit the gas and kept both hands tight on the wheel, looking for a turnoff. The highway curved ahead, but I knew a side road was coming up. I'd taken it once before during construction. It led into a web of semi-rural neighborhoods, dead ends, some loops, a few connections to wider streets. I took the turn hard and fast. Tires skidded. Traction bit back just in time. No signals, no hesitation. The other driver followed, headlights bouncing as they swung into the same curve, with a burst of engine noise that sounded wrong. Too loud, too ragged. My heart slammed against my ribs as I weaved through the first stretch of houses. Most homes were dark. One porch light here and there, but no movement. I couldn't knock or call for help. I didn't even want to stop, I just wanted to lose them. At the second intersection I cut left without braking, and then right again, threading between parked cars along a curb. Their headlights followed, always 2 turns behind, but never hesitating. Whoever they were, they knew I was trying to get away, and they were making it clear I wouldn't. The next road was a lucky break. A narrow lane tucked between 2 garages, unlit and lined with overgrown hedges. I flicked my lights off and turned in without slowing. It was a risk. I could have hit something, but I trusted the muscle memory, the feel of the road beneath me. A second later, I was around the corner and out of sight. I killed the engine and rolled to a stop behind a rusted-out trailer that hadn't moved in years. My pulse roared in my ears as I ducked low in the seat. I could see the main street through a gap in the hedges. Seconds later, the car tore past, still moving fast, high beams blazing like they were hunting. They didn't slow down, didn't double back, just kept going. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe deeply, afraid they'd loop back and catch the heat from my engine, or see movement in the dark. I stayed curled behind the dash until the night began to soften, and the sky turned the faintest shade of blue. Morning birds started up, and the world felt like it was waking without me. When I finally started the car again, my hands were stiff and my back hurt like I'd aged 20 years. But I drove out slow, sticking to side roads, watching every corner. I never saw that car again. No plates, no make or model I could confidently name. Just the sudden change from nothing to bright lights and aggression like flipping a switch. The gas light had been on for a while, but I thought I could make it to the next town. One of those stupid teen decisions you replay later and wonder how you didn't end up a cautionary headline. I was 18, still coasting on the idea that bad things only happen to other people. The afternoon sun was starting to dip when my car coughed, sputtered, and rolled to a dead halt on the shoulder of a back road that barely qualified as paved. Not a house in sight, just brittle brown fields, leafless trees, and the kind of silence that makes you realize how alone you really are. I killed the engine out of habit, even though it was already dead, and stepped out. The heat from earlier had bled away, leaving the air sharp with the bite of late autumn. I had 1 bar of service, just enough to pull up the map and confirm I was officially in the middle of nowhere. Town was 5 miles behind me, 10 ahead. No gas stations either direction. I looked at the empty stretch of road, tried to gauge if I had it in me to start walking. I didn't, not yet. I lit a cigarette, leaned against the hood, and tried to think. That's when I heard the crunch of gravel under tires. A white van, no markings, was heading my way. I should have felt relieved. Help, right? But something about it made my stomach fold. The way it slowed, not gradually, not like someone unsure whether to stop. It stopped decisively, like it already knew it would. The driver's side window came down. Middle-aged guy, buzz cut, mirrored sunglasses even though the sun was behind him. Need a lift, he asked? I shook my head. I'm good, just ran out of gas. Called someone. I hadn't, there was no one to call, but I said it with the kind of confidence that made it sound like help was minutes away. He leaned on the wheel. I've got a can in the back. Could fill you up enough to make it to town. Again, should have been reassuring. But it wasn't. His voice had this edge to it. Too casual. Like someone playing a part they didn't quite believe in. I'm good, I said again. Thanks though. A pause. Then the passenger door clicked. He wasn't getting out, but it was unlocked now. Come on, he said, don't be stubborn, it's not safe out here. I took a drag off my cigarette, tried to keep my hand from shaking. Yeah, I said, you're right, it's not. Another pause. His face didn't move, but I saw something shift in his posture. His hands were off the wheel now, low. Maybe near his lap, maybe somewhere I couldn't see. That's when I walked to the edge of the road. I made a show of looking down it, squinting like I saw headlights in the distance. Then I flicked the cigarette into the gravel, took out another, and lit it slowly, turning slightly so he could see I was calm. I don't know why I thought that would help, but the second one wasn't about the nicotine. It was a prop, something to make me look less like prey. He opened his door. I didn't move, just stood there with the smoke curling up between us. My lighter was still in my hand. It was bright red, easy to see. Then, mercifully, another car rounded the bend behind him. Not fast, not swerving, just enough to change the math. The van door shut. He revved once, then pulled back onto the road, driving off without a glance. The other car didn't stop. Probably didn't even notice me standing there, heart punching against my ribs. I waited until the taillights disappeared. Then I got back into my car and locked the doors. Eventually I did walk. 5 miles, cold wind at my back, cigarette smoke still lingering in my clothes. I kept looking behind me the whole time, but the van never came back. Still, I haven't driven that stretch of road again since Pure. I've been long hauling for 17 years, and you'd think by now I'd have learned not to pick up strangers. But that stretch of Route 89, between Winslow and Flagstaff, has a way of working on you. It's long, dry, and mindless. I just pulled off at one of those isolated rest areas around noon to stretch my legs and grab a soda from the vending machine. The heat shimmered off the pavement, and aside from the chirping of a cicada tucked somewhere behind the bathrooms, the place was dead quiet. That's when I saw her. She was leaning against the metal bench, beneath the shade structure, arms crossed, a duffel bag at her feet. Maybe late 20s, maybe early 30s. Blonde ponytail, ball cap, dusty jeans. Her face was sunburned in patches, like she'd been out walking for hours. I've seen runaways, meth heads, even a guy once trying to sell meat from a cooler, but she didn't fit any of those molds. She gave a half smile when she saw me looking, and I knew I'd already made the decision. "Need a lift?" I asked, nodding toward the rig. She grabbed her bag and stood without hesitation. Said her name was Casey. Told me her car broke down heading north, and her phone died not long after. Claimed she was trying to get to Page to meet her cousin. Her voice was calm, almost rehearsed, but not in a creepy way. Polite, clear-eyed. Still, there was something tight about the way she gripped the duffel. I didn't ask questions. I'm not a suspicious guy. And it's not illegal to help someone stranded. Not technically. We got rolling again, the engine humming beneath us, the desert crawling past on both sides. She didn't talk much after that first bit. Just sat in the passenger seat staring out the window, her bag wedged between her knees like it might run off if she let it go. I noticed she kept adjusting it, like checking something inside. After the third or fourth time, I asked if everything was okay. She just said, "Yeah, just tired." Her tone was flat. Around 30 minutes later, I saw the lights in my side mirror, red and blue flickers way back, barely visible. No siren, no speed gain, just hovering there like a wasp waiting to sting. I watched it for a good while, and that's when I realized the cruiser had been back there for some time. I'd missed it pulling up. Must have been running with lights off most of the way. Then the siren finally chirped once, short and sharp, and I pulled over onto the gravel shoulder. Casey's whole body stiffened, her left hand clamped tighter around her bag, and for a second I thought she might open the door and bolt. I didn't say a word, just kept both hands on the wheel. Eyes forward, the officer came up slow, one hand resting near his holster. He didn't greet me like they usually do. Didn't ask if I knew why I'd been pulled over. Just leaned in and looked past me, straight at Casey. "Ma'am, I need you to step out of the vehicle." She didn't move, didn't even blink. He repeated himself, firmer this time. That's when she finally slid the zipper open and pulled something from the bag. It was a handgun, not pointed, not brandished, just there in her lap. Metal gleaming in the afternoon sun. The officer drew immediately, shouting commands. I froze, not even daring to breathe. Then slowly, she lifted both hands, the gun dangling from 2 fingers, and laid it gently on the floor mat. No resistance, no shouting, just calm. Backup arrived within seconds, another cruiser kicking up dust as it skidded onto the shoulder. They pulled her out, cuffed her right there beside the truck, and loaded her into the back seat. I sat there dumbstruck as one of the officers approached my side. "You didn't know who she was?" "No," I muttered. Picked her up at a rest stop. She robbed a convenience store 2 towns back. Armed. Took cash and a clerk's phone. Left the scene on foot. The rest of it played out like a scene I wasn't meant to be in. They searched the truck, asked me a few more questions, but they could tell I wasn't part of it. I showed them my dash cam. Hadn't even noticed it was recording the whole time. In the end, they let me go with a warning about picking up hitchhikers in that county. Apparently it's frowned upon, even without the gunplay. Said I was lucky it ended the way it did. I got back on the road and drove until dusk, not stopping once. My hands didn't unclench from the wheel until hours later. That stretch of highway looked different now. Every mile marker, every pull-off, all of it felt loaded, like any one of them could have turned into something worse. I keep thinking about how calm she was. Not frantic, not desperate, just quiet, like she knew the moment would come and had already accepted it. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd reached for the bag, or if she'd needed a ride just 10 minutes longer. But I don't let myself follow that line of thought too far. I still drive that route now and then. Still see people thumbing rides under the same hot sky. But I don't stop anymore. I can't stop seeing that gun in her lap. I had pulled off the interstate later than planned, the blue glow of the motel sign flickering like it might give up at any second. The place sat behind a shuttered diner and a row of dead vending machines. The kind of stop you choose because you're too tired to be picky. I parked under a light that buzzed and went inside with my overnight bag and my phone in my hand, already thinking about sleep. At 2:15 a.m., something heavy rolled past my window. I was half awake, that thin state where sounds thread themselves into dreams, and the noise pulled me out cleanly. Tires on gravel. Slow, deliberate. I lay there listening, watching the orange slice of parking lot through the thin curtains. A long black car eased into view, the paint swallowing the light instead of reflecting it. It didn't pull into a space. It didn't idle. It just passed my window and kept going, disappearing beyond the row of rooms. I checked my phone. 2:15 a.m. exactly. I told myself it was nothing. A late arrival, someone leaving early. I rolled over and slept. The second night I didn't have to be woken. I was in another state by then. Another cheap motel stitched onto the highway like a patch. I'd driven all day. Podcasts bleeding into static, stopping only for gas and coffee. When I checked in, I noticed the parking lot was nearly empty. A few pickups, a compact with a cracked windshield. No black Cadillac. I showered, ate from a bag of chips, and lay down with the lights off. I was drifting when my phone vibrated on the nightstand. Unknown number still on the road. The message was simple. No punctuation. I sat up, heart thudding, and read it again. My phone showed 2:15 a.m. I swung my legs over the bed and went to the window. The curtain stuck to the glass with static before giving way. The lot was lit the same dull yellow as the night before. And there it was, angled across two spaces near the office. Long hood, dark windows, black Cadillac. I didn't respond to the message. I locked the deadbolt, then the chain, then stood there watching the car. The engine was off. No one got out. After a while, I backed away and sat on the bed until dawn crept in, and the car was gone. In the morning, I told myself I was letting coincidence get the better of me. Lots of cars look alike in the dark. Anyone could send a text like that. I checked my phone's location settings. Everything was normal. No unfamiliar apps. No missed calls. I packed up and left. By the third day, I was watching the mirrors more than the road. The Cadillac didn't follow me openly. It didn't sit behind me for miles or pull alongside. It appeared where I stopped. Rest areas, gas stations, always parked somewhere it could see me. When I looked too long, I'd find myself staring at my own reflection in the tinted glass. At 2:15 a.m., every night the message came. Unknown number. Motel looks full tonight. Unknown number. Lights out in your room. Unknown number. You should sleep. Each time, I'd look at the phone and then at the clock. Each time it matched. I stopped sleeping. I started leaving the television on, the sound low, the flicker filling the room. I wedged a chair under the door handle even though I knew it wouldn't help. On the fourth night, I saw him. I was in a place that advertised weekly rates and ice machines that didn't work. The room smelled faintly of bleach and old smoke. I lay on the bed with my shoes still on, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the buzz of my phone. At 2:15 a.m., it vibrated. Unknown number. Don't turn around. The window was to my right. I hadn't been looking at it. I hadn't moved. Slowly, I turned my head. A figure stood outside, framed by the glass. Not pressed against it, not tapping. Just standing there, hands at his sides. He wore a dark jacket that blended into the night. His face a pale oval in the reflection of my room. The light from the bathroom caught his eyes and made them look flat and wrong. We stared at each other through the thin barrier. I couldn't hear him breathe. I couldn't see his breath fog the glass. After what felt like a long time, he raised one hand and held up his phone. The screen lit his face from below. My own phone buzzed in my hand. Unknown number. I can wait. I screamed then. The sound tore out of me and filled the room. I lunged for the light, flicked it on, and when I looked back, the space outside the window was empty. The parking lot was empty. No black car, no man. I didn't sleep at all after that. I left as soon as the sun came up, not bothering to check out. I drove until my eyes burned, and my hands cramped around the wheel. I called a friend and talked about nothing, just to hear another voice. I didn't mention the text. I didn't mention the man. That night, I crossed another state line. I chose a motel closer to the highway, brighter, newer. I parked under a camera and asked for a room near the office. I double-checked the locks. I turned off my phone and left it face down. At 2:15 a.m. the knock came. It was soft, polite. I lay there, heart hammering, staring at the door. The knock came again, then a voice, muffled through the wood. A man's voice, calm. "Front desk. We need to check something in your room." I didn't answer. I didn't move. After a minute, the footsteps retreated. I waited until dawn, then checked my phone. No new messages, no missed calls. I left without breakfast. The pattern held. No matter how far I drove, no matter which route I took, the Cadillac appeared. If I stayed off the highway, it waited at the edge of the town. If I stopped early, it showed up later. The messages continued. Always at the same time, always knowing where I was. Once it referenced a scratch on my bumper I hadn't noticed yet. Another time it mentioned the song playing on the radio. I tried changing phones. I bought a cheap one at a big box store, paid cash, activated it in the parking lot. That night at 2:15 a.m. it buzzed. Unknown number, new number. Same road. I stopped at a police station just after sunrise, my hands shaking as I filled out a report. The officer listened, nodded, asked if I'd gotten a plate number, asked if anyone had threatened me. He took down the details and told me to call if the person tried to break in. He suggested I take a break from driving, maybe stay with family for a while. I left with a copy of the report and a hollow feeling in my chest. By the 7th night, I was numb. I was in the far edge of a city, lights spreading out like a map. I checked into a motel with concrete balconies and doors that opened to the outside. I stood on the walkway and scanned the lot before going in. No black car. I went to bed fully dressed, my bag by the door. At 2:15 a.m., the engine started. I stepped onto the balcony and looked down. The Cadillac idled below, exhaust curling in the light. The driver's door opened. The man got out and looked up at me. Even from that distance, I knew it was him. He didn't wave. He didn't smile. He just stood there, patient. My phone vibrated. Unknown number. "You're almost there," I snapped. I grabbed my bag, ran down the stairs, and got into my car. I didn't look at him as I drove past. I didn't stop until the city lights thinned and the highway stretched out ahead of me. I drove through the night, past signs and exits, my eyes fixed on the road. At 2:15 a.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number, don't stop. I didn't. I crossed the city limits as the sky began to lighten, the sign flashing by in my headlights. I kept going, my heart pounding, my breath shallow. In the mirror, the road behind me was empty. I drove until the sun was fully up and pulled into a rest area crowded with families and trucks. I sat there shaking, watching the traffic flow. No black Cadillac pulled in. My phone stayed silent. I waited until noon, then drove on. It's been months now. I'm home. I've changed my routines. I don't travel alone anymore. I don't drive at night. Sometimes when I wake up, I check the clock and feel a cold wash of relief when it's anything but 2:15. I still don't know who he was, or how he knew where I was going. I don't know why crossing that line made him stop. I only know that sometimes on long stretches of road, I see a dark shape in the distance, and my hands tighten on the wheel until it passes, until I can breathe again, until the memory loosens its grip and the road ahead opens up, empty and quiet, stretching on and on. It started like most nights, quiet, uneventful and humming with the low buzz of the Uber app searching for my next passenger. I was parked on the edge of a gas station lot, coffee going cold in the cup holder, when the request came through. just a pickup near the edge of town. I didn't think twice. Rural drop-offs weren't rare out here. He was already waiting when I pulled up. Tall guy, mid-30s maybe, dark jacket zipped to the neck even though it wasn't cold. He didn't greet me, just got in the back seat without a word and tapped something on his phone. The destination came through immediately. An unnamed road about 15 minutes away, east of the last stretch of subdivisions, past where the GPS usually cuts out. "Hey," I asked, keeping my tone light. "This a real address?" "Just drive," he said. Voice was flat but clipped, like he was holding back something sharp. I drove. The roads got narrower, the houses sparser. Soon it was just dark fields and the occasional fence post flashing by in the headlights. He didn't speak again, but I could see him in the rear view, jaw tight, staring down at his phone like he was waiting for something to happen. Every few seconds, he'd glance up and scan the horizon through the windows. The gravel started around the 10-minute mark. No lights, no buildings, no mailbox markers. I slowed down, not sure if we'd gone too far. The only thing ahead was a break in the corn rows where the road bent to the right. Trees lined the far edge like a black wall. "Pull over here," he said suddenly. I hesitated. "This it?" He didn't answer. Just opened the door, stepped out, and walked into the field. I sat there, blinkers throwing dim flashes against the stalks. Nothing but the tick of the engine cooling down and the wind brushing the side mirrors. I looked at the app. The ride was still active. I couldn't end it unless he officially finished the trip or canceled. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. No signal out there, no street lights. Just the kind of dark that presses in from all sides. I opened my window halfway and called out, "Hey, you all right?" No answer. I scanned the corn rows. Nothing moved. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker like a reflection. Not in the field, but behind me, near the tree line. I twisted in my seat. Just more darkness. I turned off the engine to listen better. That's when I noticed something strange. The crickets had stopped. Even in winter, you hear something. Wind in the stalks, distant dogs, a plane overhead. But it was silent, like the night had sucked in its breath. I got out, leaving the door open, and stood by the car. I didn't go far, just enough to call out again. Still no response. I stepped closer to the corn. The rows were tall, brittle, dried out from the season. I cupped my hands and shouted again. This time I heard something. Footsteps, crunching in the dry stalks. Then nothing. I backed up, got back in the car, and locked the doors. The ride was still active. I turned the key, the engine clicked once, then went dead. I tried again. Nothing. I pulled out my phone. Dead too. No low battery warning, no flicker, just black. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough for my eyes to adjust and my ears to start playing tricks. I kept thinking I saw movement between the corn rows. Once I was sure I heard breathing outside the passenger side window, but when I leaned over to look, there was no one there. I waited for something to happen. Some knock on the window. A shout from the field. Anything. Eventually, I heard a rustle. Then footsteps again. This time fast, retreating. Branches snapping. I turned, trying to see where he went. Then, behind me, the back door opened. He got in like he'd never left. Didn't speak. Just sat back down, breathing heavy. Staring out the side window. I looked at him through the mirror. "You okay?" He didn't answer. Just reached forward slowly and tapped his phone. The app beeped. Ride complete. The instant it did, my dashboard lit back up. Phone too. Everything was fine again. He didn't wait for me to speak, opened the door and stepped out onto the gravel. Started walking toward the forest without looking back. I watched him until the darkness swallowed him whole. Then I drove. We were heading back from my cousin's engagement party. One of those long drives where the road hums, just enough to lull your brain into idle. The sun was still up, low in the sky, slanting hard through the windshield, and we had maybe another hour to go. My wife had dozed off with her sunglasses on, chin tucked down. one hand loose over her belly. I kept one hand on the wheel and the other hooked over the top, leaning into the rhythm of the road. Just 2 lanes slicing through dry fields and scrub. That's when I saw him. A man standing next to a dull green sedan pulled over on the gravel shoulder. Hood up. He was waving one arm, not panicked but high and slow like he'd been doing it a while. No hazard lights blinking. Just that steady wave in a car that looked sun-baked but not particularly wrecked. I tapped the brakes and drifted a little into the shoulder, just enough to get a clearer look without stopping. He stepped forward like he thought I was going to pull over. That's when I really saw his face. Mid-40s maybe. Tan jacket, stiff with sun and dust, jeans and work boots. Nothing odd about that. Not out here. But it was the way he looked at me, too expectant. Too ready. There was no visible frustration, no helplessness. He didn't even glance back at his car, just locked eyes with me through the glass like he already knew what decision I'd make. I didn't stop. My wife stirred a little when I merged back into the lane, but didn't wake. I didn't say anything, just kept my eyes on the mirror for a while, watching him get smaller and smaller until the road swallowed him. About 30 minutes later, we hit the freeway interchange. The traffic was still light but fast moving. We were halfway through the curve when a familiar shape popped into the corner of my mirror. That same dull green sedan eased into the lane behind us. No hood up, no stalling, no hesitation. Same tan jacket, same man. I felt my stomach shift. Not drop, just tilt like I'd been holding something steady, and suddenly realized it wasn't secured. I told myself it wasn't the same car. Had to be a coincidence. But then we hit a stretch of straightaway, and he pulled up alongside us. His window was down. Ours were up. The AC humming low. He looked right at me as he passed. Not a glance. A full deliberate turn of the head. Held it there for 2 or 3 seconds. No smile, no wave. Just that same calm, unreadable stare. Then he sped up and disappeared ahead of us. My wife asked what was wrong. I guess I'd gone quiet. I told her we were fine, just tired, that we'd be home soon, and we were. Nothing happened after that. We didn't see him again, but the image stuck with me. A man standing by a broken car, already planning to meet us again, a half hour up the road, and I've thought about that moment every time someone's flagged me down. Since. It was around 6 in the morning. The sky's still a dull steel blue when I turned off the main route and took a gravel forest road I'd never used before. My usual path was shut down for construction, and dispatch had warned us all to expect detours. This one looked mostly unused, carved like a thin scar through the tall, sparse woods of northern Michigan. The cold had already settled into the bones of the forest. Frost clung to the dead weeds along the shoulder, and the air inside my cab had a lingering chill that the heater hadn't quite chased away. I was half a cup of coffee deep, yawning behind the wheel, when something off to the right caught my eye. Just a flicker of movement between the trees. I slowed. At first I thought it was a deer, maybe a coyote, but what I saw didn't move like either. It was upright. Human, maybe. The figure slipped behind a tree too fast for me to get a good look. Just a pale blur of motion. I scanned the woods for a few seconds. Engine idling low. Nothing. There was a narrow turnout just ahead, barely wide enough for my rig. I pulled over to check the straps on the load. I told myself that, but I really just needed an excuse to get out and shake the fog off. The cold hit immediately, the kind that sinks straight through a jacket. I stepped down, boots crunching the frost, and started walking along the tree line. That's when I saw the cloth. It was half buried under a tangle of brown leaves, but the color stopped me. Dark red, almost black. I knelt down and pulled at it. A sweatshirt. The front was stiff, crusted with something that flaked at the edges. Nearby, caught on a root, was a strip of duct tape curled inward, like it had been torn off in a hurry. About 10 feet further in, tangled in the underbrush, was a torn piece of denim, what looked like part of a pant leg. I didn't touch that one. The forest felt suddenly too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you check over your shoulder. I turned in a slow circle, trying to find any sign of who or what had left this behind. That's when I saw the figure again, further in, between two skinny trees, just standing there, no movement, no sound. The light wasn't great, but I could make out the silhouette tall, shoulders slumped, arms hanging oddly still. I took a step back, blinked, and it was gone. I didn't run. I walked fast, maybe faster than I ever had, climbed back into the cab, locked the door, and reversed out of that turnout without checking mirrors. My hands were shaking hard enough to rattle the keys. I drove until I hit a rest stop with a signal and called the state police. Told them where I'd pulled over, what I saw, what I found. They said someone would go check it out. Later that day, I got a call from a trooper. He asked a few more questions. How far in I'd gone, if I'd touched anything else, whether I saw anyone. Then he told me they'd gone out, searched the area. The turnout was there, the forest, the trees, but the tape, the sweatshirt, the denim, all gone. No sign of anyone, nothing disturbed. He said maybe I saw trash someone dumped. Maybe an old hunting blind had torn down. Maybe the figure was a hiker. Cold morning, poor visibility, long hours on the road. It happens. I didn't argue, but I remember the stiffness of the cloth, the way the tape curled like it had been ripped off something. The silence. And most of all, I remember the figure, the way it stood so still, watching, maybe, or waiting. I just finished a 12-hour shift at the hospital overnight. Bone tired, the kind of tired where even your fingertips ache. The fog was so thick it pressed against the windshield like wet cotton, turning my headlights into a wall of dull light that barely reached the roadside markers. I was on that long stretch of county road where nothing but the occasional reflector reminds you you're still on track. I'd taken this route before, but never at this hour, never in this weather. About halfway between the hospital and the highway turnoff, I saw movement through the haze. Brake lights blinked red ahead. 2 cars stopped on the shoulder. As I passed, I caught a split-second image through the fog. A man standing with his hands in the air, another holding something long and black pointed directly at him. The stance alone said it all. Gun, close range, no yelling, no wild gestures, just that eerie stillness that screamed this was real. I didn't slow down. Instinct had me past them in seconds. Heart thudding so hard it felt like a second pulse in my ears. I pulled off maybe half a mile later, onto a gravel access trail leading into the woods. Killed the lights. I ducked down, shaking fingers, fumbling to unlock my phone. My breath fogged the screen as I whispered into the emergency call, giving them the road, the direction, what little I could describe. They told me to stay on the line. I couldn't. Something told me I needed both hands free. Through the mirror, the road behind glowed faintly as fog lit up from headlights coming fast. Too fast. I crouched lower. A car tore by, then braked. I heard the crunch of tires reversing. Then the engine cut off. Doors didn't open. Nothing moved. I stayed frozen in the footwell. Phone silenced now. Screen dimmed. After maybe 2 minutes, a second set of lights came from the opposite direction. I felt a surge of relief back up, but something was wrong. This car didn't come from town. It pulled in right behind mine, tires crunching soft gravel. I couldn't see the driver. No spotlight, no siren, just silence and idling. I was pinned. My own car was dark, engine off, and I was crouched like prey. I dared a glance. The second vehicle was some kind of SUV. Dark paint, no plates I could see. The driver hadn't moved. No window roll down. No flashlight sweep. Just someone watching. The first car on the road pulled forward again and vanished into the fog. Seconds later, the SUV behind me backed out and followed. That left nothing but the echo of engines fading through mist and the wet hiss of my breath. I didn't move for a long time. By the time the cops showed maybe 10 minutes later, I was already walking out of the woods toward the main road. I flagged them with my hands raised. Told them where the scene had been, what I'd seen. They didn't find anything. No cars. No people. Not even skid marks. I filed the report and went home with a warning to call if I remembered more. I haven't, but sometimes I still see those lights through the fog, frozen behind me like a trap waiting to spring. I checked into the Motel Crestline just before midnight, the kind of place that looked tired even in the dark. The vacancy sign buzzed faintly in the cold air, its red glow flickering like it couldn't decide if it wanted to work or not. The clerk didn't ask questions, just slid over a key card and pointed me toward room 12. I parked under a busted security light, left my duffel in the trunk, and walked past the ice machine humming to itself. The room was what I expected. Thin carpet, thicker smell of air freshener, and a heater that kicked in with a noise like dry coughing. I locked the door, double-checked the bolt, and sat on the edge of the bed. My route had me crossing 2 state lines in 3 days, and I was dead tired. I planned to be out by dawn. The walls might as well have been paper. At first it was just voices from the next room. 2 men, arguing. The kind of low, sharp bickering that gets under your skin even when you don't understand the words. I could hear one voice clearer than the other, deeper, angrier, but both of them were worked up. Chairs scraped. Something fell. Then came the silence. Then the gunshot. It didn't sound like a movie gunshot. No echo, no drama, just a flat, dry crack. Too loud for a door slam. Too wrong. My body went rigid before I even thought about it. I stared at the wall, expecting more, screaming, thudding, anything, but there was nothing after that. I didn't call anyone. I didn't get up. I didn't want to be in that story. I pulled the thin blanket tighter around me and sat still, pretending it hadn't happened. Fear doesn't always come like panic. Sometimes it's a dull weight that makes you smaller and smaller, until you feel like you'll vanish if you move. Around 5 a.m., I heard movement again. Someone left the neighboring room, heavy steps, a zipper bag dragged over concrete, the click of a car door opening. I didn't look. I just lay there staring at the ceiling. After a few minutes, the engine turned over, and the car pulled out. The motel grew quiet again, not peaceful, just empty. I left around 6:15. Didn't shower, didn't check out. I just dropped the key on the counter and drove off before the sun could really show me the color of the walls. I didn't stop to peek into the next room. I told myself it wasn't my business, that maybe it hadn't even been what it sounded like, but the air outside had that same quiet as the room after the gunshot. Too quiet to forget. I noticed it for the first time in the parking lot of the strip mall by my apartment. An older red sedan idling 2 rows away. Driver's window cracked just slightly. No movement inside. It wasn't unusual enough to panic over, but something about the way it lingered stuck with me. I was there to grab some ramen from the 24-hour market. I remember fumbling with my key card at the door, half watching the car in the reflection. By the time I came out, it was gone. I brushed it off. That's what I do. Observe, log, overthink, then talk myself down. The next night, same car, same spot, different place, this time the gym 3 miles from home. I'd taken an Uber there. I wasn't ready to drive again after my last panic episode behind the wheel, but I was proud of myself for going out. I didn't notice the car until I left, sweating and exhausted. It was parked across the street from the gym entrance, not in the lot, just far enough to be outside the normal flow of traffic, tucked behind a row of hedges. The same dull red, same crooked angle to the wheels. It felt like a coincidence I couldn't quite prove. 2 days later, I used a second Uber account with a different name. I'd made it after a friend suggested it for safety when using ride shares. If you're ever worried, she'd said, rotate your pickups and change your name. Drivers remember. I'd taken that advice seriously. The ride back from the grocery store was uneventful. I watched the driver, white guy, mid-30s, lots of nervous chatter. Harmless. Still, when I got dropped off, I asked to be let out at the end of the block. I went the long way around before circling back to my building. That night, I caught the flash of red again, idling across the street just past the intersection. No one inside this time either. No lights, no movement. I shut my blinds. I told myself it was random, just a car that happened to show up where I was. Still, I started memorizing plates. Not just red sedans, everything. I logged them into my notes app, made a spreadsheet, sorted by time and location. It made me feel better to track it. Then the note showed up. It was tucked under my apartment door when I got home one night. Just a slip of printer paper. My name, spelled exactly as it was on my second Uber account. No return address, no message, just the name in bold black ink. I didn't tell anyone. Not because I didn't think they'd believe me, but because saying it out loud would make it more real. I'm not built for confrontation. I process quietly, observe, wait. The next few days were blank. Nothing suspicious, nothing unusual. I started to think maybe it had stopped, until I heard the sound at my window. It was after midnight. My room was dark except for the blue glow of my laptop. The scraping sound came from the right window, the one that faced the alley. I froze, waiting to hear it again. Then a slow, soft rattle, metal against metal. My apartment was on the ground floor, and the bedroom window had a cheap latch. I moved quietly, not turning on any lights, and slid to the edge of the bed. There was a shadow on the blinds, tall, lean, unmoving. I didn't call out. I reached for my phone and texted 911. I couldn't bring myself to speak. I just sensed someone is trying to get into my window. I waited. The silhouette shifted, then vanished. I stayed low until I heard footsteps moving fast across gravel. Then the sharp bark of a voice from outside, commands being shouted, running, scuffling sounds. I stayed crouched until a knock at the front door made me jump. It was the police. They had him. The officer explained. Male, early 30s, rideshare driver, had tools in his pocket, said he was just looking for something he dropped, but he had my name written on a piece of paper in his wallet. Both versions, my real one and the alias I'd used. They found printouts of my ride history in his car. It wasn't just the address. He'd tracked where I liked to go, what times I left, even the detours I took to feel safe. The decoys hadn't worked. He'd followed. They took him in. I moved out 2 days later. I still use Uber sometimes, but I only ever get out in crowded places now. I never ride alone after dark, and I always check the plates. I don't need to log them anymore. They stick in my head whether I want them to or not. The first time I noticed the truck was somewhere outside Kansas City. We were on a cross-state road trip. Me, my cousin James, and his dog Tank, driving from Indiana to Colorado to visit family. I was 13, stuffed into the passenger seat with my earbuds in and a pillow behind my head, watching trees flicker past like flipping pages. The truck didn't look special. A white Kenworth with a silver grille and a faded blue stripe along the side, but it showed up behind us again a few hours later, after a gas stop in Topeka. At first, I thought maybe we were just on the same route. It's a highway. People go the same way. But it passed us, then slowed down until we passed it again. Then it did it once more. James didn't notice. He was focused on the road and singing along to some old country song. I didn't say anything at the time. I just pulled my hoodie up and stared out the window. I figured maybe I was imagining it, or maybe truck drivers just did that, like a pacing thing. But by the time the sun started dipping behind the flat line of the horizon, I knew it wasn't normal. We stopped at a rest area in western Kansas, one of those with vending machines and fluorescent bathrooms that smell like soap and concrete. The truck rolled in behind us 10 minutes later and parked near the exit ramp. I remember feeling this weird tension in my stomach, like I'd swallowed a bag of rocks. James was inside with Tank, stretching his legs, and I stayed in the car. That's when the man came over. He looked normal. Baseball cap, work boots, a brown flannel shirt tucked into his jeans. He leaned on the passenger side window and tapped it with 2 fingers. I froze. Then I cracked it just enough to hear. He smiled with only half his mouth and said, "Hey, sweetheart, want some candy?" I didn't respond. I stared straight ahead, heart jackhammering in my chest. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of butterscotch wrappers, held them up like they were gold coins. "You don't have to be shy," he said. I slammed the window shut and locked the doors, one by one. His smile didn't drop. He stood there a few seconds longer, then shrugged and walked back to his truck like nothing had happened. I didn't tell James until we were back on the road. I was scared he wouldn't believe me, or worse, that he'd laugh, but I couldn't hold it in. I told him everything, how I'd seen the truck a few times, how the guy came up to me, the candy. James went quiet for a long time. Then he said, "If we see him again, I'm calling the cops." We pulled into a roadside motel. Around 11 p.m., some two-star place with a buzzing ice machine and flickering hallway lights. James parked the car under a street lamp. The truck wasn't there yet, and for a second I felt like maybe we were finally ahead of it. But just as we were bringing our bags inside, headlights swept across the lot. The Kenworth pulled in slow, humming like something alive. It circled once, then parked facing our room. James watched it through the curtains for almost an hour. The next morning, we got up early and went to a diner across the street. Small place with red vinyl booths and a waitress who kept calling us hon. We were halfway through pancakes when I felt something brush against my shoulder. I looked up, and there he was, the same man, standing right next to our booth pretending to read the menu. He wasn't even trying to hide it. He reached out and tapped me, just 2 fingers on my upper arm. Then he smiled again. James saw it and stood up so fast his coffee spilled. He stepped between us and told the man to back off. His voice didn't shake, but his hands were fists. The guy held his hands up like he was the victim, muttering something about not meaning anything, just being friendly. That's when the waitress called someone from the back. A man in a stained apron came out, bigger than James, and told the trucker to leave. The guy didn't argue. He walked out, slow like he had nowhere to be. James followed him outside and took a photo of the license plate. Then he called the police. They showed up 15 minutes later, took statements, looked at the photo and said the guy had a record for weird behavior, but nothing that would stick. Still, they said they'd strongly encourage him to leave the area. One of the officers went over to the truck, had a long talk with the driver, and watched him pull away. We didn't see him again after that. The rest of the drive was quiet. Every time we passed a truck stop or rest area, I felt my chest tighten, scanning the lot for that blue-striped Kenworth. I still do, sometimes, even years later. On highways and rest stops in my rearview mirror, I find myself looking for that same truck, just in case. We didn't plan on stopping in that town. The plan was to make it straight through to Denver, late drive, cheap motel, up early and back on the road. I was riding shotgun, Shayla was driving, and our phones had been losing service on and off since sunset. The last place we fueled up was an hour back, but we figured we'd make it. We passed one closed gas station, then another. Shayla muttered something under her breath, gripping the wheel tighter. The building started looking older, shuttered. We hadn't seen a streetlight in 10 minutes, and when the headlights swept over the boarded-up windows of what used to be a diner, I felt my gut pull tight. The road narrowed. Then the engine gave a slow, strained cough, and we rolled to a stop on the cracked pavement. I checked my phone. No signal. I leaned forward and tapped the gas gauge like that ever does anything. Shayla leaned her head against the steering wheel for a second before sitting up, jaw clenched. "Okay," she said. "We stay here, lock the doors. Maybe someone drives by." She kept glancing in the mirrors. Or maybe the signal comes back. Outside, it was too quiet. No wind, no bugs, no cars. I looked back and forth between the empty sidewalks. Every store window was dark. The paint on the signs had peeled so much, you could barely make out the letters. I didn't realize how hard I was clutching the door handle until Shayla touched my arm. "It's fine, just weird." Then I saw movement. A man stepped out from between two buildings, maybe 20 feet away, smiling like he knew us. He didn't say anything, just stood there with his arms hanging loose at his sides. Then another figure joined him. A woman, maybe. Same smile, same stillness. I locked my door. Shayla did the same. 3 more people emerged, one after the other from different directions. All 5 just stood there, spread out around the car in a wide arc. No one moved fast, but they all smiled, never breaking eye contact. I started shaking. Shayla reached into the back seat for her bag and knocked over a bottle of water. The sound was too loud. It made one of them twitch like they were listening close. "I'm going under," I whispered. Shayla looked at me like I'd lost it, but I was already shoving the door open and dropping to the ground. "Keep the doors locked." I slid underneath the car, pressing my back against the cold undercarriage. I could see their feet now, barefoot, all of them, their toes curled slightly against the cracked pavement. As they shifted weight, one crouched low and pressed their face to the window on Shayla's side. I held my breath. From underneath, the silence was heavier. Something tapped the hood. Not loud, just intentional. I watched their feet move. One circled the car slowly, head tilted like listening for something inside. I wanted to scream but kept still, barely breathing. Shayla's silhouette stayed motionless behind the fogging glass. The figures didn't speak, just moved in near perfect coordination, slow enough to keep you frozen, fast enough to feel like time had slipped. Then headlights washed over the buildings. A siren burst through the air, sharp and sudden. Tires ground against the road as a black and white patrol car skidded into view. The spotlight swept across the street, catching the group full on, but they were gone. There was no running, no noise, just gone. 1 second, 5 people stood there, close enough to touch the car. The next, nothing. The cop stepped out with his hand on his belt and called something out, but I didn't catch it. My ears were ringing. I crawled out from under the car slowly, staring at the empty street. Shayla threw the door open and ran to me. The officer approached cautiously, one hand up, scanning the shadows. We couldn't explain it. He didn't press, just got us into the back seat of the cruiser and radioed for a tow. I kept looking back out the rear window as we drove, expecting to see one of those smiles again, peeking from between the buildings. But there was nothing, not even footprints. It was close to midnight, and the rain hadn't let up for hours. I was driving back from a friend's house, rural route mostly empty, with only the rhythmic slap of the wipers and the white beams catching thick sheets of water ahead. My tires felt slick even at a crawl. The road curved into a wooded stretch where runoff was starting to pool in the dips. I leaned forward, squinting through the glass when headlights flared in my rear view, way too close. The other car came up fast. I thought it would pass, but instead it swerved alongside, veering closer, edging into my lane like a dare. I tapped the brakes. The tires skidded, traction braking. I felt the nudge, metal kissing metal, and then we both slid out slightly, before stopping with maybe 2 feet between us. I stayed inside at first, engine still running, hazard lights ticking. The other driver got out right away. A tall guy, maybe mid-30s, dressed too lightly for the cold, no jacket. His walk was stiff, like his nerves were wound too tight. He banged a fist on the side of my hood and motioned for me to roll the window down. I cracked it halfway. Rain spattered through the gap. "You good?" He barked like it was my fault. I told him we needed to call it in. Small damage, sure, but still a collision. That's when his whole posture changed. He stepped closer, leaned down until his face was inches from the opening. His tone dropped, quieter but heavier, like a warning. There's no reason to get anyone involved. Nothing's broken. No cops, all right? I noticed his left hand was clenched in his pocket. The bulge under his sweatshirt wasn't subtle, either a grip or a holster. I didn't move. I nodded slowly, like I was agreeing, just to de-escalate. He stared a moment longer, then turned back toward his car. He'd left his lights on. In that brief moment when he passed in front of the beam, I saw the front bumper hanging loose and a nasty scrape down the driver's side. I memorized the plate before he climbed back in. He peeled out fast, fishtailing on the wet pavement. I stayed where I was, heart hammering, until his taillights disappeared around the bend. I filed the report the next morning, gave them the plate, described the guy, noted the time and location. The officer at the desk didn't say much, just nodded and typed. They called me back that evening. The car had been reported stolen the previous week, found abandoned in a lot 2 towns over just hours after I'd reported the incident. It had been used in a robbery, small-town liquor store. Masked suspect, armed. No one hurt, thankfully, but a clerk had been held at gunpoint. The license plate matched. I asked if they'd caught him. Not yet was all the officer said, then thanked me for coming forward. Apparently my call had pushed the timeline enough that they recovered the car before it could be wiped clean or torched. It might hold something. Prints, fibers, trace. Enough for a lead. Since then, I keep my dash cam running even on short drives. I glance at every car that pulls up behind me. Check my locks twice before leaving parking lots. I still drive that road sometimes, but only in daylight and never when it rains. We were the kind of family that didn't see each other for months, but could pick up again like nothing had changed. Wealth had insulated us all in different ways, but it hadn't divided us. When we met that summer, it was like some unspoken part of us was looking for a shared experience again. David had the cars, Luke had the adrenaline addiction, and Werner, the quietest of us, just went along because he never said no to family. I was in between all of them. That night on the Autobahn, I just wanted to keep up. David had just imported a new model, a sleek black beast that looked like it was still wet with paint. I don't remember the make anymore, just that the engine didn't sound real. We were near the Bavarian stretch of the A93 where you can really open it up at night. No speed limits, no other cars, just us and the road breathing under us like a living thing. Werner was in that black car. He took off first. David gave him the nod and shouted something like, "Let's see if it can vanish." It was a joke then. Luke peeled off after him. Then me and David staggered behind. At first I could see Werner's taillights in the distance. Then they blinked out, not gradually, not because of a curve or a hill, just gone. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, adjusted the mirrors. Nothing ahead but tarmac. We thought he must have taken an exit. There weren't many, but maybe one of the emergency shoulders or rest lanes. We slowed, circled back, scoured the area. David was the first to say it, tight-jawed and barely loud enough. "He's not here." We combed for hours, called his phone. It rang out twice, then nothing. Eventually the police got involved. It became a full-scale operation by dawn. Helicopters, dogs, local volunteers. No sign of the car. No sign of Werner, not even tire tracks leaving the road. The stretch of woods adjacent to that part of the Autobahn isn't thick, but it's old. You can tell by the way the trees lean, like they're watching. On the second night, Luke and I were walking the perimeter while David stayed with the officers. Around 2 a.m. we heard it, Werner's voice. It wasn't screaming, it was calling, like he was trying to get our attention. "Hey, over here." We froze. It was close, but didn't move, didn't change direction. I shouted back, but there was no response. Just the same line, same inflection. "Hey, over here." Luke bolted toward it. I grabbed his arm. The voice repeated, same cadence, no variation. Not like someone lost and scared, like someone playing back a recording. We backed out, quietly. It kept going until we were at the tree line. Then it stopped. The search continued for 5 days. Divers checked nearby streams. Thermal imaging caught nothing but deer. David didn't speak after the 3rd day. Luke got aggressive with the local press and had to be pulled aside more than once. I kept replaying that voice in my head, not just the words, but the timing. It was like listening to a faulty loop off by just enough to be wrong. On the 6th day, they found the car, or they said they did. It was parked perfectly on a maintenance road 5 kilometers south. No dirt, no dents, full tank, locked. Warner's phone was inside, along with his jacket. No keys, no Warner. The officers asked us if it was a prank, if he had a history of disappearing. None of it made sense. If he had wrecked, we'd find debris. If he'd run, why leave the car like it had never been touched? That was 3 years ago. David sold the car collection within months. Luke left the country. I still visit that stretch of road once a year, usually in the fall. I don't drive fast anymore. I just sit at the edge of the woods, listening. Sometimes I hear it again. Hey, over here. Same tone, same timing, like it's waiting for something, but it never gets closer. The gravel crunched under my tires like dry corn husks. It was past midnight, and the dashboard clock blinked 12:41 in dim green light. I was halfway down County Route 9, a road that wound like a snake through fields and patchy woods. No streetlights, just the occasional fence post flashing by in the headlights. I'd been up visiting my sister in town and was heading back home. 40 minutes of dark nothing until my porch light. He was walking on the shoulder, slow and steady, like he'd been out there a while. A man, maybe mid-30s, long coat that dusted the tops of his boots. I only caught a flash of his face as I passed, but something about the way he glanced over, not waving, not startled, just watching, made me check the mirror. People don't walk that road. Not that time of night. Too far from anything. I stopped and reversed. Window down. Need a lift? He stepped up, polite. If it's not too much trouble, ma'am. Truck died a ways back. His voice was soft, measured, almost apologetic. I unlocked the door. He introduced himself as Ricky, once we were back on the move. Said he was trying to get to a cousin's place near the county line. No cell signal. Long walk ahead. Grateful I'd stopped. He didn't talk much, just enough. I remember thinking he sounded tired more than anything. We drove in silence after that. The heater whirred. Every now and then I'd glance over, and he'd be looking straight ahead, hands folded, not fidgeting. Calm. A few minutes in, he asked if I minded if he made a quick call once we hit service. I said of course not. I had a charger if he needed one. He smiled, nodded. You're real kind. We were maybe 15 minutes from the next intersection when it shifted. No warning, no raised voice, just a click. The kind of sound that doesn't belong in a car, and I turned to see the barrel of a small black pistol resting against his thigh. Angled just enough. I'm gonna need you to pull over, he said, soft as before. My hands went numb on the wheel. He didn't raise the gun, didn't bark orders, just looked at me, calm. I don't want to scare you, but I'm taking the car. I pulled over. Gravel again. Louder this time. I thought I might throw up. My phone buzzed in the console, some late text I'd never get to read. Phone too, he said, please. I don't want you calling anyone right away. I handed it over. No tremble in his voice. No threats. Just a man who'd done this before. He got out first, then opened my door, stepped back, let me out like it was a normal stop, like we'd arrived. I walked back the way I'd come. He waited until I was clear of the shoulder, then the headlights swept the trees as he pulled away. It was nearly 2 hours before I flagged down a passing truck. A farmer heading into the next town for feed. He gave me a lift to the station. I told the officers everything. Description. Demeanor. How he'd sounded sorry. They nodded like they'd heard it before. That's Ricky, one of them said. He's hit 4 others this past month. Always polite, always on foot. He hadn't hurt anyone. Not physically. Took the cars, dumped them a day or two later. Same with the phones. Never stole anything else. They said that almost made it worse. That he was good at not setting off alarms. Played on decency made you feel safe. I got my car back 3 days later. Nothing missing but the charger and a half-empty thermos. There was a wrapper on the passenger seat, some kind of breakfast bar. He'd eaten, I guess, while he drove. I keep the doors locked now, even in daylight, even in town. I don't stop for walkers. I tell myself it's not about fear, it's about learning. But sometimes, late at night, I still see him, that quiet face in the headlights, watching, waiting for someone kind enough to stop. It was just past 2 in the morning, and the city had settled into its cold January hush. I was cruising the edge of a high-end neighborhood under construction, the kind where the sidewalks were still poured, but the homes stood like hollow shells, dark and half-finished. My last fare had been dropped off 10 minutes earlier, some tech guy who didn't say a word, and I was making my way toward the station to clock out for the night. The construction site was one of those sprawling luxury developments, with wide cul-de-sacs and faux gas lamps already installed along the main drive. The forest on the far edge was fenced off with tall chain link, but the rest of the site was open, still in transition. My headlights caught the reflective strips of traffic cones and some abandoned machinery as I crept along. I remember thinking how eerie it looked. Brand new streets with no life in them, all bones and no skin. I took a right past a portable toilet and saw him. A man bolted out from between 2 skeletal homes and stumbled into the road, waving both arms. He was wearing dark jeans and a puffy jacket, torn open at one sleeve. His face was pale and drenched with sweat. Despite the chill, eyes locked onto my car like I was the only thing left on Earth. I slowed but didn't stop. Something in my gut locked up. He was mouthing something, possibly yelling, but the windows muffled it. He moved fast toward the driver's side, hands out, palms open. That's when I saw the blood. Not a lot, just a smear across his collar and a streak along his right forearm. It could have been anything, but my instincts didn't gamble. I hit the locks. He reached the window and pounded once, just once, then backed off like he didn't want to scare me more than he already had. He kept looking behind him, toward the unfinished houses and the forest beyond. I cracked the window just an inch. He said, "Please, someone's out here chasing me, I think. I don't know who, I just need to get away, anywhere, please." He wasn't slurring. He didn't seem drunk, just wrecked by fear. But I couldn't do it. I told him I'd call the police. He tried to protest, then just nodded and stepped back, arms raised in surrender. I backed up slowly, turned around and drove the quarter-mile to the nearest gas station. I made the call there, told the dispatcher exactly what I saw, and gave the location. They said someone would check it out. I waited another 10 minutes, then headed to the precinct to log a report in person. Protocol for flagged incidents involving potential danger. I told myself it was the right move. Next morning, I saw it on the news. A body had been found near the same construction site, just inside the tray line. No name released yet, but the report said he'd been dead for several hours by the time officers arrived. That doesn't make sense. I saw him. I spoke to him. He banged on my window. He was alive at 2 a.m. Or he looked alive. I played it over and over in my head. What if the news got the time wrong? What if it was someone else I saw? But no. They described the clothes, the area. It was him. Maybe he wasn't dead yet when they found him. Maybe there was still a chance. I'd like to believe that. But I still see his eyes sometimes. Not pleading, resigned, like he already knew I wasn't going to open the door. Like he was already on the other side of something I couldn't see. I was just trying to get home. It had been one of those long, numb days that start gray and never shift. The kind of day where you don't remember eating lunch, and your muscles ache for no good reason. It was past 10 p.m. by the time I hit the road later than usual. The traffic was thin and the air had that dry winter bite that keeps you alert. I was 2 blocks from the freeway on-ramp, idling at a red light. The streetlights threw hard shadows onto the empty sidewalks. Everything looked normal, even peaceful in that late-night urban lull. Then I heard the sound. It was faint at first, bare sneakers slapping pavement, but getting louder fast. I glanced up into the rearview mirror, and that's when I saw him. A man was sprinting toward my car. There was no hesitation in him, no sign of exhaustion or stumbling. Just this locked-in, straight-line dead sprint, like his legs were connected to something pulling from ahead. My first thought was that maybe he was in trouble or hurt or fleeing something worse. I leaned forward, trying to make out more in the mirror. Then he veered straight toward my back passenger side door. Before I could process it, the handle lifted. It jiggled once, twice, then a sharp tug. My car was locked, thank God. I reached across and double-checked the central lock anyway, smacking it down hard even though I knew it was engaged. I didn't wait to see what he'd do next. The light was still red. I ran it. The tires chirped against the asphalt as I punched the accelerator. The car fishtailed slightly before finding grip, and I surged forward. I glanced into the mirror again, expecting to see him fall behind, but he didn't. He was running beside me. I was doing 25, then 30. The street was narrow but straight, and he was hugging the passenger side, keeping pace. At 35, he was still there. His face was calm, focused. His arms pumped like pistons, and his head didn't bob like a normal runner. It was like his upper body wasn't doing any of the work, just legs chewing up pavement with terrifying precision. I hit 40. That's when the sound changed. I stopped hearing footfalls and started hearing something scrape, a long, drawn-out screech like a branch dragging across metal. I looked right and saw his hand. He was dragging his fingers along the side of my car, not clawing, not pounding, just letting his fingertips brush the body, like he was tracing it, like he could feel me through the metal. I swerved hard, veering toward the center lane. There was a parked truck up ahead, a delivery van with its hazard lights on. I aimed for the gap between it and the curb, hoping he'd fall back. He didn't. Not until the last second. He stopped, just peeled off. His body turned sharply, and he darted into a side alley without even breaking stride. I didn't brake, I didn't look back. I didn't even let up on the gas until I'd reached the on-ramp and was halfway onto the freeway. Merging with the tail end of a truck convoy, I pulled over at the first gas station off the highway, hands shaking. The lot was empty, quiet. I stepped out to check the car, already knowing what I'd see. A scratch long, jagged, and unmistakably deliberate, ran the entire length of the passenger side. Deep enough to catch a fingernail. Too straight to be accidental. Too perfect. I still drive that car. Haven't bothered fixing the scratch. People ask sometimes what happened, and I just shrug. It's better that way.